fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin a new chronicle from the memory of the world. We turn our gaze to the Second Age, that time of rebuilding and pride when rings were forged and kingdoms rose only to fall. This is the story of how the free peoples tried to mend what had been broken, how craft turned to corruption, and how the long defeat continued with rings that enslaved and islands that drowned. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade, and journey with me into this chronicle of exile and empire, of disguise and downfall, of the age that forged the doom of all ages that followed. If these tales stir something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers. Drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight. For every voice makes our circle stronger. Now the tale begins. The sea took Beleriand in a night and a day, and with it went 3 ages of memory. Mountains that had stood since the world's shaping crumbled into the deeps, and valleys where cities had flourished filled with cold water that would never recede. The land where the Noldor had built their kingdoms and fought their long war against Morgoth vanished beneath the waves, leaving only grey water stretching to the western horizon and the taste of salt on the wind. Those who survived gathered on the eastern shores and watched their world drown. They stood until the last peaks disappeared and there was nothing left to see but empty ocean where Beleriand had been. Then they turned away, because there was nothing else they could do, and began the long walk to whatever came next. They came to Lindon, that fragment of the old land that the sea had spared. Refugees from every ruined realm arrived in long columns, carrying what little they had saved from the breaking. Elves from Gondolin and Doriath, from Nargothrond and the Falars, from hidden valleys and broken cities, all converging on the one place left standing. They came because Gil-galad had raised his standard there, and because in all the world there was nowhere else to go. Gil-galad stood among the arriving refugees and felt the weight of kingship settle on his shoulders like stone. He was not the mightiest of the Noldor, not the wisest or the eldest, but Fingin had fallen on the field of unnumbered tears, and Turgon had died when Gondolin burned, and of all the great lords who had led the exiles from Valinor in pride and wrath, only he remained. The crown had come to him through grief and survival rather than glory, and now he must lead a broken people into a world transformed by catastrophe. They built what shelter they could from the materials at hand. Makeshift camps of sailcloth and driftwood gradually gave way to proper houses as timber was cut and stone was quarried. The work was slow, but it was work, and work kept despair at bay. Círdan the shipwright was there, and where he laboured harbours took shape and piers reached out into deep water. Day by day the refugee camp transformed into something that might be called a settlement, though it felt more like a memorial raised to all that had been lost. News filtered in from the wider world beyond Lindon's borders. Men had survived the breaking too, though the Edain who had fought beside the elves were gone, taken west in ships as reward for their long faithfulness. Other tribes remained scattered through the eastern lands, some friendly and some fearful, many who had never known the elves at all. The world was larger than Beleriand had been, stranger and less charted, full of peoples who remembered nothing of the great war that had just ended. The dwarves had weathered the cataclysm better than any of the free peoples. Word came from Khazad-dûm that Durin's folk still prospered in their mountain halls. Having felt the tremors and heard the distant roar of the drowning but emerging unscathed, They delved deeper into the roots of the misty mountains and found new veins of mithril glinting in the darkness. That news brought some comfort to the refugees of Linden, for it meant that not all the old alliances had been washed away with the land. Gil-galad walked the shores of his new realm and looked west toward the drowned country. Somewhere beneath those grey waters lay Himring, where his father had ruled, and the stones of Barad Aithel, and the fords of Sirion, where so much blood had been spilled. Somewhere down there was the hill where Fingolfin had challenged Morgoth himself to single combat and struck 7 wounds before he fell. All of it gone now, drowned and lost beyond any hope of recovery. But the Noldor endured. That was what they did, had always done. Through darkness and grief and ruin they persisted, and they would persist now because the alternative was unthinkable. Gil-galad gathered the wise who had survived, and they spoke of what must be done. Food must be secured for the growing population, borders established with the other peoples of Middle-earth. Trade begun with dwarves and with men. The refugees must become citizens, and the camp must become a kingdom. For a new age had begun whether they willed it or not. So in those first years after the breaking of the world, the survivors of the elder days built what they could from what remained. They raised Gil-galad as High King over all the Noldor who dwelt in Middle-earth, and they swore oaths of loyalty and service to him, gentler oaths than those that had doomed their fathers. They set themselves to the work of living in a world washed clean of all, familiar landmarks and made strange by the violence of its remaking. The grief stayed with them. How could it not? Every face in Linden belonged to someone who had lost nearly everything, who had watched friends and family die in the long war or drown in the final breaking. But they planted gardens anyway, and sang songs anyway, and loved and married and bore children anyway, because to do otherwise would be to surrender to despair, and they had not endured the war of wrath only to lie down and die in its aftermath. Linden grew as the years passed. Other settlements appeared along the coasts and in the river valleys where the land was good. Círdan ships explored the changed coastline and mapped what remained of the western shores, while other elves went east into lands the Noldor had never seen, curious about the wider world that had always existed beyond Beleriand's borders. The realm took shape slowly, built on grief, but built nonetheless, and it endured. The stars still shone at night, the same stars that had watched the awakening of the firstborn at Quivianen in the uttermost east. The moon still rose, and the sun still climbed the sky, and the great rhythms of the world continued unchanged despite all the violence and ruin. That constancy was something to cling to when the memories grew too dark and the loss too heavy to bear. Gil-galad stood in his hall one evening as the first stars appeared above the western sea. The crown sat heavy on his brow, and he felt the weight of all that he must carry. He was king of a remnant, lord of survivors, keeper of memories that would fade with passing years until they became legend and myth and perhaps nothing at all. But he was king nonetheless, and his people needed strength from him even when he had little strength to give, so he gave it anyway, and Linden endured, and the Second Age began. In the 32nd year of the Second Age, the Valar called the Edain to council. These were the men who had fought beside the elves in the long war against Morgoth, who had bled on every battlefield from the fen of Seric to the slopes of Thangorodrim. Their kings had fallen and their people had been scattered, but they had never wavered in their allegiance to the cause of the free peoples. Now the powers of the West would reward that faithfulness with a gift beyond any that mortal men had ever received. Word came first to the camps where the Edain dwelt near Linden's borders. Messengers arrived speaking of a land to be raised from the sea, an island that would be theirs alone, midway between Middle-earth and the Undying Lands. The Valar themselves would shape it and make it fair beyond any country men had known. And there the Edan would dwell in peace, with years lengthened beyond the common span of mortal kind. It was a gift and a calling both, and those who wished could sail west to claim it. But there was a choice to be made, and it fell hardest on the house of Eärendil. His sons Elros and Elrond stood at the boundary between kindreds, born of the union of elves and men, bearing both mortal and immortal blood in their veins. The Valar granted them the choice their mixed heritage demanded. They could be counted among elves and remain in Middle-earth deathless, or they could take the fate of men and embrace mortality with all its gifts and sorrows. Elrond chose the firstborn and bound himself to the fate of the Eldar, but Elros looked at the choice before him and saw something his brother did not. He saw freedom in the gift of death, release from the weariness that came with endless years, the chance to dwell in a land raised new from the sea and shape it according to the will of men, untrammeled by the long shadow of the past. He chose mortality, and in choosing it he chose to lead his people to their new home and become their first king. The Edain made ready for departure. They gathered their possessions and said their farewells to the elves with whom they had fought and suffered. These partings were not easy, for friendships forged in war run deep, and many on both sides wept to see the sundering of peoples who had stood together through the darkest hours the world had known. But the choice had been made and the gift offered, and the Edain would not refuse what the Valar had granted them. Ships were built in the harbours of Linden, great vessels that could carry hundreds across the western sea. Círdan oversaw their construction, for no one living knew more of shipcraft than he, and he understood that these ships must be worthy of their purpose. They rose on the stocks through summer and autumn, and when spring came again they stood ready with white sails furled and prows pointing west toward the unknown. The Edan bordered in long columns, families and clans keeping together, carrying with them the heirlooms they had saved from the ruin of Beleriand. They brought seeds and tools, weapons and books, everything needed to build a civilization in a new land. Elros stood at the prow of the lead ship with the wind in his hair, and though he had chosen death, he looked more alive than he had in all the years since his father sailed into the sky bearing the The elves of Linden gathered on the shore to watch the departure. Gil-galad stood at the water's edge beside Círdan, and they raised their hands in farewell as the ships began to move. The Edain sang as they sailed, old songs from before the darkness fell, and the sound carried across the water until distance swallowed it. The ships grew small against the western horizon, and then smaller still, until at last they were only white specks that might have been gulls, and then they were gone. Linden felt emptier after they left. The camps where the Edain had dwelt stood vacant, and the places where their cooking fires had burned showed only circles of ash. But the elves who remained had work enough to occupy them, and they turned their attention to making Linden into something more than a refuge. The settlement around the harbours grew into a proper city that would bear the name Mythland, the Grey Havens, and Círdan made it his seat. From there his ships would sail for all the ages to come, and to there they would return, bringing news of far lands and distant shores. Gil-galad established his own seat further inland, where the land rose toward the Blue Mountains. He built halls there and gathered scribes and lawmasters, determined that the history of the elder days should not be lost, even though the land where that history unfolded now lay drowned. The stories would be preserved in writing and in song, passed down through the generations, kept alive by memory even when all other proof had vanished beneath the waves. Meanwhile, in the wider world beyond Linden, other peoples stirred and moved and made their own accommodations with the changed earth. Men who had never known the Edain spread through the empty lands, and some of them were fair and some were foul, and the elves learned to distinguish between tribes and make what alliances they could. The dwarves continued their delving in the mountains and sometimes came to trade in the markets of the Grey Havens, and these meetings were friendly for the most part, though dwarves and elves would never fully understand one another. Word came at last from across the sea that the island had been razed and the Edain had landed safely. The Valar had indeed made it fair beyond description, with mountains and forests and rivers flowing down to harbours on every coast. They called it Númenor, the Westerness, and Elros ruled there as its first king under the name Tar Minu. His people prospered in that blessed land, and their years were long as the Valar had promised, and for a time all was well with them. But the elves of Linden did not sail west. Their path lay in Middle-earth for ages yet to come, and they settled into the rhythms of their new kingdom. They planted orchards and tended forests, built libraries and raised towers, made songs and crafted beautiful things with the skill that had always marked the works of the Noldor. The grief of the past remained with them like an old wound that aches in cold weather. But they learned to live with it, and even to find joy again in the long years of peace. The years passed and the world settled into new patterns. In Númenor, the Edain built their kingdom under Elros, who proved as wise in peace as he had been valiant in war. His people learned the arts of cultivation and craft, raising cities of white stone along the coasts and sending their first tentative ships to explore the waters around their island. The Valar had blessed them with long life and keen minds, and they used both gifts well, building a civilization that would have made their ancestors proud. But Númenor lay far across the western sea, and news from that blessed isle came rarely to Middle-earth. The elves of Linden heard rumors of growing cities and prospering people, of harvests that never failed and children born healthy and strong. That was enough to know. The Edain had found their reward and made good use of it, and the firstborn who remained in Middle-earth turned their attention to their own concerns. In Linden, the work of building continued through decades that stretched into a century. Gil-galad's kingdom took firmer shape as more elves came to dwell there, some from the east where they had hidden during the war years, others who simply preferred the High King's rule to the uncertain prospects of dwelling alone. The Grey Havens grew into a proper port where ships came and went with the changing seasons, and Círdan's folk became master mariners who could read the stars and find their way across any water. The dwarves prospered in their mountain halls, deep in Khazad-dûm, the greatest of all their mansions. They delved ever deeper into the roots of the misty mountains, and found riches beyond counting. Mithril glinted in veins that seemed inexhaustible, that silver steel that was harder than any metal, yet light as a feather and beautiful beyond measure. The dwarves worked it with their matchless skill, crafting armor and ornaments that became prized across all the lands, and their wealth grew until Khazad-dûm was accounted the mightiest realm in Middle-earth. Trade began between the kindreds. Dwarf caravans came down from the mountains bringing worked metal and carved stone, and they returned with grain and wine and the delicate crafts that elven hands produced. The meetings were formal at first, for the two peoples had never been easy with one another despite their ancient alliance. But commerce has a way of smoothing over old awkwardnesses. Friendships formed slowly between merchants who met year after year at the same trading posts. And if dwarves and elves never fully understood each other, they at least learned to appreciate each other's virtues. Men spread through the eastern lands in those years, moving into places that had been empty or claimed by darker things during Morgoth's reign. Some of these tribes remembered the Edain, and knew that men had once fought beside elves against the darkness. Others had no such memory and viewed the firstborn with suspicion or fear or simple wonder. The elves who encountered them tried to gauge which tribes might be trusted and which should be avoided. But it was slow work learning the ways of mortal men who changed so swiftly from generation to generation. Not all men were hostile. Some sought out the elves deliberately, wanting to learn from the elder kindred and perhaps recapture some echo of the greatness their distant cousins had achieved. These men were welcomed cautiously in the settlements along Linden's borders, and some few were taught the arts of writing and healing and craft. They returned to their own people, bearing knowledge, and in this way some good came from the meeting of the kindreds, even in those uncertain early years. But other men fell under darker influences. In the far east and south, where the light of Valinor had never reached, there were tribes that had served Morgoth willingly or been enslaved by his servants. The Dark Lord himself had been cast into the void beyond the world, but the shadow of his works remained, and some men still followed the paths he had laid down. Word came to Linden of blood sacrifices and cruel kings, of tribes that made war on their neighbors and enslaved the weak. The elves could do little about such things in lands so distant, but they remembered and were wary. Some elves left Linden in those years to seek homes elsewhere. Galadriel and Celeborn were among these wanderers, though they were mightier than most. They had survived the fall of Doriath and endured the long war, and now they desired a realm of their own rather than dwelling under another's rule. They traveled east through the empty lands beyond the Blue Mountains, exploring valleys and forests, seeking a place that called to them. They found no permanent home in those early years, but they were patient, and they knew that time was something they possessed in abundance. Other elves went to dwell in the great forest east of the Misty Mountains, that vast woodland that would one day be called Mirkwood, but was green and wholesome then. They made their homes among the giant trees and learnt the ways of that deep forest, living quietly and bothering no one. These were mostly Sylvan elves, the remnants of those who had never completed the great journey in the ancient days. But some Sindar joined them, seeking peace after too many years of war. Linden remained the greatest of the elven realms, but it was not the only one. Small settlements appeared here and there across Eriador, clusters of families who wanted land to work and trees to tend. Gil-galad did not forbid this dispersal, for he understood that his people needed space and freedom after the centuries of siege and battle. He asked only that they remember their allegiance to the High King and come if he called them, and to this they agreed. The years of the early Second Age were peaceful years, at least in the northwest where the free peoples dwelt. No great enemy threatened them, no armies marched. The work was the work of building and growing, of planting orchards that would not bear fruit for decades, and raising children who would see the next century. It was slow work and sometimes tedious, but it was good work, the kind that heals rather than destroys. Elros reigned in Numenor through all these years, growing old as even the long-lived Edain must, but remaining vigorous and wise until the very end. When at last death came to claim him after more than 400 years of life, he went to it willingly as one who has finished a great work and earned his rest. His son took the crown after him, and the kingdom continued. And the news of Elros's passing brought sorrow to Middle-earth, but not despair, for he had lived well and died in peace. In the 500th year of the Second Age, Celebrimbor left Lindon. He was the greatest craftsman among the Noldor, who remained in Middle-earth, grandson of Feanor, who had made the Silmarils, and he carried his grandfather's skill, though not his grandfather's madness. He had dwelt quietly in Gil-galad's realm through all the years of rebuilding, practicing his art and perfecting his techniques. But now he desired a place of his own where craft could flourish without constraint. He travelled east into Eriador and came at last to a fair valley below the western slopes of the Misty Mountains. Streams ran clear there, and the land was rich, and more importantly, it lay near the great dwarf realm of Khazad-dûm, whose eastern gates opened onto those same mountains. Celebrimbor looked at that valley and saw possibility. Here elves and dwarves could work together as they had in the elder days, combining their different skills to create works that neither kindred could achieve alone. He sent word to Gil-galad of his intentions, and the High King gave his blessing, though he was sorry to lose so skilled a craftsman from his own realm. Other elves came to join Celebrimbor, drawn by his reputation and by the promise of a place dedicated entirely to the making of beautiful things. They called their new realm Eregion, and the chief city they raised there bore the name Ost in Edel. It was not a great city at first, just a cluster of workshops and dwellings, but it would grow. The dwarves of Khazad-dûm heard of the settlement and came to investigate. They found elves who spoke to them with respect and genuine interest in their craft, who wanted to learn rather than merely to trade. This was unusual enough to intrigue them, for elves had always seemed to the dwarves a proud people overly concerned with their own ways. But Celebrimbor asked questions about stone carving and metal working with the humility of a true craftsman, and the dwarves recognized that humility because they possessed it themselves. A friendship began that would endure for centuries. Dwarves came to Ost in Edel, bringing samples of their work and discussing techniques, and elves travelled to Khazad-dûm, where they marvelled at the vast halls carved from living rock. The two peoples learned from each other, sharing knowledge that each had guarded jealously for ages. The elves taught the dwarves something of the shaping of growing things and the working of fine detail, while the dwarves showed the elves secrets of metal and stone that they had discovered in their deep delving. Together they created works that neither could have made alone, jewelry that combines the strength of dwarven metalwork with the delicate beauty of elven design, carvings that showed elven grace executed in stone with dwarven precision. Practical things too, tools and implements that served their purpose perfectly while remaining beautiful to look upon. The friendship between the kindreds was real, built on mutual respect and the shared love of craft that transcended all other differences. Meanwhile, across the Western Sea, Numenor was coming into its own. The Edain had spent their first centuries learning their island and establishing their farms and cities, but now they turned their attention to the sea that surrounded them. They were descended from those who had dwelt in the havens of Sirion and along the coasts of Beleriand, and the ocean called to them as it had called to their ancestors. They began to build ships, small vessels at first suitable only for fishing and coastal exploration. But shipbuilding was in their blood, and they improved rapidly with each generation. The vessels grew larger and more seaworthy, capable of longer voyages and able to weather storms that would have swamped the earlier craft. Young Numenorians took to the sea eagerly, exploring every bay and inlet of their island, mapping the currents and learning the ways of wind and wave. Some few ventured further, sailing east toward Middle-earth on voyages that took weeks or even months. They came ashore on the western coasts and encountered men who were their distant cousins, though the years had changed these tribes until they seemed almost a different people. The Numenorians brought gifts and spoke of the blessed island where they dwelt, and some of the coastal men listened with wonder while others viewed the visitors with suspicion or envy. Word of these visits reached Lindon, and Gil-galad sent messages of welcome to any Numenorian ships that wished to sail north to the Grey Havens. Some captains accepted the invitation and came to trade, bringing worked metal and fine cloth from their island in exchange for the delicate crafts that elven hands produced. The meetings were cordial, if somewhat formal, for the Edain had changed in their long years of separation, and the easy friendship of the war years could not be recaptured. But neither was there hostility, and that was enough. Círdan, in particular, took interest in the Numenorian ships, and spoke at length with their captains about routes and currents. He had sailed further than any mariner living, and his knowledge was freely given to those who sought it. The Numenorians respected the ancient shipwright and learned from him, incorporating his wisdom into their own growing understanding of the sea. Their vessels improved further, becoming the finest ships that mortal men had ever built. The years between 500 and 700 passed peacefully in this fashion. Eregion flourished as a center of craft and learning. Khazad-dûm delved deeper and found greater riches. Numenor sent more ships to Middle-earth as confidence and skill increased. Men of the coastal tribes began to build better dwellings and plant better crops after learning from the Numenorian visitors. Trade routes formed and small settlements grew into prosperous towns. It was a good age, those early centuries of the Second Age. Not a golden age, perhaps, for too much had been lost and too much grief remained, but a Silver Age at least, a time of healing and growth. The shadow of the past was fading slowly, and the peoples of Middle-earth dared to hope that the long darkness had ended forever. They built and planted and made beautiful things, and they did not know that far to the east, in lands they never saw, another darkness was beginning to stir. The years between 700 and 1200 marked the height of peace in the Second Age. Numenor reached the fullness of its glory in those centuries, becoming in truth what the Valar had intended when they raised the island from the sea. The people there lived longer than any men before them. some seeing 400 years or more, and their wisdom grew with their years until even the elves acknowledged them as worthy heirs to the Edain who had fought in the Great War. Tar Aldarian was the greatest of the mariner kings who ruled in that golden time. He took the throne in the 800th year and brought with him a love of the sea that surpassed even what his people were known for. Under his reign, the shipyards of Numenor expanded until they covered miles of coastline, and the vessels that slid from their stocks were the finest that had ever sailed the waters of Arda. Great ships with high prows and multiple masts, capable of carrying hundreds and weathering any storm the ocean could conjure. Aldarian himself spent more time at sea than in his palace. He sailed to Middle-earth regularly, exploring the coastline and pushing further south with each voyage. He established havens where Numenorian ships could shelter and take on fresh water, and he made contact with tribes of men who had never seen the Blessed Isle or heard of the Edain. Some of these encounters went well and some did not, for not all men welcomed visitors from across the sea. But Aldarian persisted in his voyages because he believed that Numenor's destiny lay in connection with the wider world rather than isolation. The white tree bloomed in those years, standing in the court of the king's palace where all could see it. This was Nimloth the Fair, a sapling descended from Celeborn that had grown from Galathilion, that had been made in the image of Telperion himself. Its flowers glowed with a silver light in the darkness, and to look upon it was to remember the two trees that had lit Valinor before Morgoth and Ungoliant destroyed them. The Númenóreans cherished that tree above all their possessions, for it was a living link to the blessed realm from which their kings were partly descended. In Middle-earth, the friendship between Irigen and Khazad-dûm reached its peak. The dwarves decided to create a western entrance to their realm, great doors that would open onto the valley where Celebrimber's people dwelt. This was an enormous undertaking, for the doors must be both beautiful and functional, capable of bearing the weight of the mountain, yet opening at the right word. The greatest craftsmen of both peoples came together for the work, combining their skills in a collaboration that had never been attempted before. The result was magnificent beyond expectation. Doors of Eitel Din that shone in starlight and moonlight, wide enough for 20 men to walk abreast, carved with images of trees and stars and the crown of Durin. They showed Celebrimber's skill in their design and execution, but they bore also the dwarven love of stone and strength. When the moon rose, the doors seemed to vanish, becoming windows into the mountain's heart, and when they opened, they moved as smoothly as water despite their tremendous weight. All who saw them marveled, and they became known as the Doors of Durin, a wonder of the age. The realm of Irigian flourished in the shadow of that achievement. More elves came to dwell there, drawn by Celebrimber's reputation and the chance to work alongside the master craftsmen of Khazad-dûm. The city grew until it rivaled even Lindon in population, though it remained dedicated to craft rather than to governance or military might. Workshops lined every street, and the sound of hammers on anvils rang from dawn to dusk. Beautiful things emerged from those workshops in steady streams, jewelry and ornaments, tools and weapons, carvings and tapestries, everything that skilled hands could make. Gil-galad watched these developments from Lindon and was glad of them. His realm remained the seat of kingship over all the Noldor in Middle-earth, but he did not begrudge Irigen its success or envy Celebrimber his fame. The world was wide enough for many centers of craft and learning. and the more such places existed, the better for all the free peoples. He maintained friendly relations with both Eregion and Khazad-dûm, and traders from all three realms moved freely between them. Yet even in that golden age there were shadows, faint and distant, but present nonetheless. In the Far East, in lands so remote that even the elves knew little of them, darkness was stirring. Men who dwelt in those regions sent no traders west and built no cities that merchants spoke of. Instead, there were rumors of strange temples and cruel lords, of blood spilled in worship of powers best left unnamed. The elves who heard these rumors dismissed them as the wild tales that always came from distant lands. But a few among the wise remembered that Morgoth had built his first fortress in the east, and they wondered. Closer to home, in the forest south of the misty mountains, trees began to die in a broad band that ran from east to west. No one could determine the cause at first. The trees simply withered and fell, their wood turning black and corrupt. Elves who investigated the region found nothing alive in those dying groves, just silence and the smell of rot. They burned the dead wood and planted new trees, but the blight crept slowly outward despite their efforts. Still, these were small shadows in a bright age. Numenor prospered under Aldarion and his successors. The doors of Durin stood open to friendship between kindreds. Eregion crafted works of surpassing beauty. The coastal tribes of Middle-earth learned from Numenorian visitors and built better lives for themselves. Men spread through the wide lands, and most of them dwelt in peace, tending their crops and raising their children. The years passed in that gentle rhythm, century following century, with only slow change to mark the turning of time. The elves of Lindon tended their forests and raised their towers. Círdan built new ships and sailed them to distant waters, mapping coastlines and returning with tales of strange lands. The dwarves delved ever deeper into the mountain roots and found treasures that made them wealthier than any king in Middle-earth. It seemed that the long defeat had truly ended, that the age of war and darkness had given way forever to an age of craft and building. But some among the wise felt a faint unease they could not name. Galadriel wandered still through Eriador, seeking a home, and in her wandering she sometimes stopped and looked east with troubled eyes. Círdan would stand on the shore at evening and watch the sun set, and occasionally he would shake his head as if hearing some sound too faint for others to perceive. Gil-galad kept his weapons sharp and his captains trained, though there was no enemy visible that might require them. The 1200th year of the Second Age approached. The Golden Age was at its height. The free peoples had never been more prosperous or more at peace, and in the darkness far to the east, something that had been broken and formless slowly gathered strength and began to take shape once more. In the 1200th year of the Second Age, a stranger came to Eregion. He appeared first at the borders of the realm, travelling alone without servants or baggage, and he gave his name as Anatar, which meant Lord of Gifts in the Sindarin tongue. Those who met him were struck immediately by his beauty and grace, for he seemed fairer than any elf they had encountered, with knowledge shining in his eyes and wisdom evident in every word he spoke. He said he had come from far lands in the east. He wished to meet with Celebrimba and share knowledge of craft that might benefit all the peoples of Middle-earth. The guards brought word to Ost in Edel, and Celebrimba came himself to greet the visitor. They spoke together for many hours that first day, discussing the working of metals and the shaping of living things, the properties of various materials and the techniques by which they might be transformed. Anatar demonstrated knowledge that impressed even the grandson of Feanor. Speaking of processes and principles that Celebrimba had only theorized about but never successfully implemented. When evening came, the craftsman invited the stranger into his city as an honored guest, and Anatar accepted with gracious words. Word of the remarkable visitor spread quickly through Eriador. Gil-galad heard the news in Linden and felt immediate unease, though he could not have explained why. Something about the story troubled him. The way this Anatar had appeared from nowhere, claiming knowledge beyond even what the Noldor possessed, offering gifts with no apparent price attached. The High King sent messengers to urgent warning Celebrimba to be cautious, to question this stranger closely before trusting him too far. Galadriel was traveling through Eriador when she heard of Anatar. She turned her path toward Irigen to see this newcomer for herself, and she arrived in Ostin Edel requesting audience with the visitor. Celebrimba arranged a meeting in his own halls. Galadriel looked upon Anatar and felt revulsion rise in her throat, though his form was beautiful and his words were fair. There was something wrong beneath the pleasing surface, a wrongness she could taste like poison on the air. She spoke against him after he departed, telling Celebrimba that this was no friend to the free peoples and should be sent away immediately. But Celebrimba would not be swayed. He had spoken at length with Anatar by then, had watched the stranger demonstrate techniques that produced results beyond anything the craftsman had achieved alone. He had heard promises of knowledge that would allow the creation of works surpassing even the greatest treasures of the elder days. The temptation was too great for one who had inherited Feanor's skill and ambition, and he dismissed Galadriel's warnings as baseless suspicion born of the traumas of the past. Galadriel left Eregion in anger and sorrow. She went to Gil-galad in Linden and confirmed his doubts, telling him that whatever Anatar might be, he was not what he claimed. The High King sent further warnings to Eregion, more forceful this time, but Celebrimba responded with courtesy and firmness that he would welcome whom he pleased in his own realm. Anatar settled into Eregion as if he had always dwelt there. He moved through the workshops and spoke with craftsmen at their benches, offering suggestions that invariably improved their work. He demonstrated processes for tempering metal that made it stronger without making it brittle, showed how certain alloys could be combined to produce colors and textures never seen before, explained principles of force and structure that allowed the creation of more delicate yet more durable works. The craftsmen of OSD and Edel listened eagerly and applied what they learned. Their output improved dramatically. Celebrimba spent more and more time in Anatar's company, and they would closet themselves in the craftsman's private workshop for days at a time, emerging only when hunger or exhaustion forced them to rest. Strange lights were sometimes seen through the windows during those sessions. Odd sounds were heard, the ring of hammers on metal that seemed to echo with more than physical force. When Celebrimba emerged, he would show new techniques to his people, and they marveled at what he had learned and begged for more. The dwarves of Khazad-dûm heard of Anatar, and some came to meet him. They listened to his teachings and acknowledged that he knew much of metalwork, but they did not feel the same fascination that had seized the craftsmen of Eregion. After a few visits, they came less frequently to Ost in Edel, finding reasons to remain in their mountain halls instead. They did not speak against Anatar openly, for they valued their friendship with Celebrimba too much to create discord, but their withdrawal was itself a kind of warning. 200 years passed in this fashion. Anatar remained in a region as teacher and counselor, always generous with his knowledge, always ready to help with any difficult project. The realm prospered under his influence, producing works that were praised across all Middle-earth. The craftsmen grew proud of their achievements, and Celebrimba proudest of all. He believed that he had at last equaled or even surpassed his grandfather's skill. They did not see how Anatar studied them as they worked, how his eyes followed certain techniques with particular interest, how he filed away every innovation for future use. Gil-galad remained troubled in Lindon, certain that disaster would come of this alliance, but unable to prevent it. Galadriel wandered the wild lands and would not return to Irigen while Anatar dwelt there. The dwarves kept to their mountains and spoke little of what they thought. But in Ostin Edel the work continued without pause. Craftsman and teacher bent together over their benches, and the teaching went deeper and deeper as Anatar led them toward knowledge they had never imagined possessing. The forging of rings was beginning to seem possible, rings that would hold power and preserve what their makers most desired. And Anatar spoke of such things in whispers at first, planting seeds in fertile minds. Celebrimba listened with rising excitement as he glimpsed possibilities that took his breath away. The Golden Age was ending, though those in a region did not see it. The shadow had entered their realm wearing a fair face and speaking gentle words, and they had welcomed it with open arms. The idea of the rings grew slowly in Celebrimba's mind, planted there by Anatar's patient teaching and nurtured by his own ambition. For decades they had discussed the theory, the possibility of binding power into an object so that it might endure beyond its maker's life and purpose. Such work had been attempted before in the elder days, but always the power faded, or the object broke, or the binding proved imperfect. Anatar spoke of doing it properly this time. He explained principles that Celebrimba had never considered, ways of weaving intention and will into the very substance of metal so that form and function became inseparable. The craftsman listened and understood, and his fingers itched to attempt what had never been successfully achieved. They began with experiments, small rings of various metals, wrought with care and invested with minor enchantments. Some of these early attempts failed immediately, the power dissipating before the metal cooled. Others lasted longer but proved unstable, their enchantments flickering like candles in wind. A few held their power steadily, and these Celebrimba studied intensely to understand what made them different from the failures. The other craftsmen of a region watched and learned. Anatar permitted this, even encouraged it, for he wanted the knowledge to spread through the workshops of Ost in Edel. He moved among the benches, offering guidance here and correction there. And slowly the skill began to take root in hands beside Celebrimba's. The rings they made were simple things at first, holding only basic enchantments of preservation or clarity or warmth, but they worked. Progress came faster as the craftsmen gained confidence. They learned which metals took enchantment most readily and which alloys held power most stably. They discovered that certain gemstones could amplify the effect if set properly, and that the manner of forging mattered as much as the materials used. Anatar provided the theoretical framework, but the elves contributed their own innovations, finding techniques that even the teacher had not explicitly taught them. The work consumed them entirely. Craftsmen who had once made jewelry and ornaments now dedicated themselves solely to the forging of rings. The workshops ran day and night with teams working in shifts, each building on what the previous shift had learned. Celebrimba barely slept, driven by a vision of what might be achieved if they could only perfect the art. By the 1400th year, they were creating rings that held significant power, rings that could protect the wearer from fire or cold, that could sharpen the senses or grant the ability to perceive things normally hidden, rings that preserved whatever they touched from decay or corruption, that could heal minor wounds or ease pain. These were lesser works compared to what Anatar hinted might be possible, but they were marvels nonetheless, and word of them spread beyond Irigen's borders. Some found their way to other realms. A ring was gifted to Gil-galad, though he accepted it with misgivings, and another went to Círdan, who wore it briefly before setting it aside with a troubled expression. The dwarves received several and examined them with professional interest, acknowledging the skill involved while noting certain peculiarities in the workmanship that made them uneasy. Anatar watched as the rings multiplied and spread. He studied how they were used and what effects they produced, filing away every observation. Sometimes he would take aside a craftsman who had achieved something particularly interesting and question them closely about their technique, praising their innovation while subtly guiding them towards certain paths and away from others. The years passed in this fever of creation, 190 years from the first crude experiments to a workshop full of skilled ringmakers, each capable of producing works that would have astounded the craftsmen of earlier ages. They had achieved what they set out to achieve, had mastered an art that combined the best of elven skill with knowledge that Anatar had brought from his mysterious eastern origins. But Celebrimba was not satisfied. The lesser rings were impressive, yes, but they were only practice for what he truly desired to create. Anatar had spoken in private of greater works, rings that would not merely preserve or protect, but would grant their bearers power to shape the world according to their will. Rings that would be to the lesser rings as the Silmarils had been to ordinary jewels, works of such potency that they would endure as long as the world itself endured. The craftsman looked at the rings his people had made and saw them as stepping stones rather than achievements. He wanted more. He wanted to create something that would surpass even his grandfather's works, that would prove once and for all that the craft of the Noldor had not diminished with the passing ages. Anatar encouraged this ambition with carefully chosen words, feeding the fire that burned in Celebrimba's heart. In Lindon, Gil-galad received reports of what was happening in a region, and his concern deepened into something approaching dread. The skill was undeniable and the results impressive, but there was something wrong about the whole enterprise that he could not quite articulate. He sent messengers again to Celebrimba, urging caution, and again the craftsman replied with polite dismissals. Galadriel heard the news in her wanderings and understood what Gil-galad felt. She had looked into Anatar's eyes and seen what lay behind them, and she knew that whatever knowledge he shared came with a price that had not yet been named. But she was not in a region to speak her warnings, and those who were there did not want to hear them. The 1400th year turned to the 1500th and then toward the 1600th. The work continued without pause. The lesser rings multiplied in the workshops of Edel, each one a small marvel, each one a step toward something greater and more terrible. Anatar smiled and taught and guided, and Celebrimba learned and crafted and dreamed of glory. And neither the High King's warnings nor Galadriel's absence could turn them from the path they had chosen. In the 1590th year of the Second Age, Anatar came to Celebrimba with a proposal. The time had come, he said, to move beyond the lesser rings and create works of true power. Rings that would not merely preserve or protect, but would amplify the natural abilities of their bearers, granting them strength to rule wisely and build greatly. Such rings would require careful planning and the finest materials, and they could not be made in the numbers that the lesser rings had been made. These would be singular works, each one crafted for a specific purpose and a specific bearer. Celebrimba listened and felt his heart race with anticipation. This was what he had been working toward through all the years of experimentation and practice. He agreed immediately to the proposal, and together they began to plan the creation of the great rings. They would make 16 in all, Anatar suggested. 9 should be crafted for men, for that race was rising to prominence in Middle-earth, and would need guidance from those with wisdom and power. 7 should be made for the dwarf lords, those proud rulers who sat in their mountain halls accumulating wealth and knowledge. The rings would help these lords to govern well and to preserve what they most valued against the ravages of time. The work began in the deepest workshops of in Edel, where only Celebrimba and a few trusted craftsmen were permitted to enter. Anatar was there constantly, guiding every step of the process. They worked with gold primarily, for that metal took enchantment most readily and held it most stably, but the gold itself was no ordinary metal. It had been refined and purified through processes that Anatar taught them, heated and cooled and treated with substances whose names were strange to elven ears. The forging of the 9 came first. Each ring took months to complete, from the initial shaping of the band to the final setting of the stone. Anatar supervised every detail, specifying exactly how the metal should be worked and what words should be spoken during critical moments of the process. The rings that emerged from this work were beautiful beyond description. Bands of red gold that seemed to glow within a fire, set with gems that caught the light and held it. But there was something unsettling about them too. Celebrimba felt it when he held them, a sense that they were not entirely his creation, despite his hands having shaped them. They carried a weight that had nothing to do with their physical substance, and when he looked at them too long, he felt a faint pulling sensation, as if they were trying to draw something from him. Anatar assured him this was normal. The rings held great power, and power always felt strange to those unaccustomed to wielding it. The sensation would pass once the rings found their proper bearers, and then their true purpose would become clear. Celebrimba accepted this explanation and turned his attention to the 7. The dwarf rings were crafted with different specifications. The gold was alloyed with other metals to give it greater strength, for dwarves were hardy folk who would wear their rings constantly and needed them to withstand rough use. The enchantments woven into these rings emphasized preservation and prosperity, the ability to find wealth in stone and to protect it from thieves or disaster. They took less time to forge than the 9 had taken, for Anatar and Celebrimba had refined their techniques, but they were no less potent. The 7 were completed in the 1598th year. Celebrimba looked at the 16 great rings laid out before him and felt pride war with unease in his heart. They were magnificent works, no question of that, and they would bring great benefit to those who received them. Yet something nagged at him, some sense that he had created tools whose true purpose he did not fully understand. He pushed the feeling aside. Anatar had proven himself over 200 years, had taught freely and guided skillfully, had never asked for anything in return for his knowledge. There was no reason to doubt him now. But Celebrimba had not shared everything with his teacher. Throughout the years of working together, he had also pursued his own experiments in secret, taking Anatar's teachings and extending them in directions the stranger had never suggested. He had begun to understand principles that even the Lord of Gifts had not explicitly revealed, seeing patterns in the work that pointed toward possibilities beyond what they had discussed. Now, with the 9 and the 7 completed, Celebrimba decided to act on that secret knowledge. He would forge 3 more rings, greater than any that had come before, and he would do it alone without Anatar's guidance or even his knowledge. These would be truly his own work, rings that owed nothing to the stranger's teaching, expressions of the craft that lived in him as inheritance from Fuena. He worked in absolute secrecy. Only at night, when the workshops were empty, did he enter his private forge, and he told no one what he was doing there. The first ring he made was Vilya, mightiest of all the rings of power, wrought of gold and set with a great sapphire. It took him months of solitary labor, testing and refining techniques, pouring all his skill and knowledge into the work. The second ring was Narya, the ring of fire, set with a ruby that seemed to burn with its own light. This one came easier, for he had learned from making Vilya, and it was completed in less time, though it was no less powerful. The third was Nenya, wrought of mithril rather than gold, that silver steel which the dwarfs prized above all metals. He set it with a white stone that shone like a star, and when it was finished he knew he had achieved something extraordinary. These 3 rings were different from the 9 and the 7, made with a different purpose. They would not grant power to dominate or rule, but rather the strength to preserve, to heal, to resist the decay that time brought to all things. Celebrimba held the 3 and felt no unease, none of the pulling sensation that the other rings had caused. These were clean works, pure expressions of craft, and he knew they would bring only good to their bearers. He hid them carefully, telling no one of their existence, waiting for the right moment to reveal what he had done. In the year 1600 the work was complete. 19 rings of power existed now in Middle-earth, though only Celebrimba knew the true count. Anatar looked at the 9 and the 7 with satisfaction, praising the craftsman's skill and declaring that they had achieved something that would be remembered for all the ages of the world. He was right about that, though not in the way he claimed. In the 1600th year of the Second Age, Sauron left Eregion. He gave some excuse to Celebrimba about needing to return to his own lands for a time, promising to come back when his affairs were settled. The craftsman accepted this explanation without suspicion, for Anatar had proven himself a true friend over 2 centuries, and friends sometimes needed to attend to their own business. The stranger departed with warm farewells and expressions of gratitude for all that had been learned in Ost in Edel. But Sauron did not go to any land that might be called his own. He went to Mordor, that desolate region in the southeast where mountains formed a natural fortress and the earth was broken by ancient violence. There, in the heart of that realm, stood a mountain that breathed fire, Orodruin the Terrible, and it was to that mountain that Sauron made his way with purpose, dark and long planned. He had learned everything he needed from the elves of Eregion, their techniques, their knowledge, their understanding of how power could be bound into physical form. He had guided them carefully towards certain discoveries while hiding from them the full implications of what they were learning. Now he possessed all their craft plus knowledge of his own that came from Morgoth's teaching in ages past, and he would use both to create something that would grant him dominion over all the ring-bearers. He climbed the slopes of Mount Doom to where the heat was greatest and the stone ran molten beneath thin crust. There he built a forge unlike any that had existed before, using the mountain's own fire to fuel his work. For months he labored alone in that terrible place, shaping and reshaping a single ring of gold, pouring his own power into it until the metal blazed with more than physical heat. The ring took form slowly under his hands. It was a simple band to look at, unadorned by any gem or decoration, but the simplicity was deceptive. Into that ring Sauron wove a portion of his own nature, investing it with his will and his malice and his hunger for dominion. It would be the master ring, the one that ruled all the others, and through it he would command anyone who wore any of the rings of power. The work demanded more than craft. It required sacrifice of a kind that no elf would have contemplated. Sauron poured so much of his own essence into the ring that he became diminished, his power bound to that golden circle. If it were ever destroyed, he would be crippled beyond recovery, reduced to a shadow unable to take form. But he did not believe it could be destroyed, for only the fires that made it could unmake it, and who would cast such a treasure into Orodruin's heart? When the ring was complete, save for the final binding, Sauron spoke words of power over it. The language was black speech that he himself had devised, harsh sounds that had never been heard in Middle-earth before. The words were a spell and a claim and a command altogether, declaring the ring's purpose and sealing its power. The mountain shook. Smoke and flame erupted from Orodruin's peak with such violence that the sky darkened for leagues around. Sauron stood unmoved in the midst of the eruption and spoke the final word, and the ring was complete. In that instant, every elf who wore one of the rings of power felt a shock run through them like lightning. In Eregion, Celebrimbor staggered and nearly fell, understanding flooding through him with the force of revelation. The 9 and 7 that had been distributed to men and dwarves suddenly revealed their true nature, the hidden binding that connected them to something else, something terrible and malevolent. And Celebrimbor knew with absolute certainty who Anatar truly was and what he had done. The 3 rings that Celebrimbor had made in secret stirred on his finger and in their hiding places. They too felt the one's awakening, for they were rings of power and thus subject to its dominion. But because they had been made without Sauron's direct involvement, because Celebrimbor had wrought them using principles he had discovered himself, they were not so completely bound. They could resist the one's pull if their bearers were strong enough. Celebrimbor tore the ring from his finger with a cry of horror and rage. He had been deceived, utterly and completely. His teacher had been his enemy all along, using him and his people to create tools of enslavement. The 9 and 7 were tainted beyond redemption, bound to serve the one's purpose whether their bearers willed it or not. Only the 3 remained free, and even they were compromised by their connection to the same art that had made the others. Across Middle-earth, others who had worn the lesser rings felt the shock and understood. Gil-galad in Lindon perceived the awakening of terrible power in the east, and he knew that his worst fears had been proven true. Galadriel felt it in her wandering and turned her face eastward with fury in her eyes. Círdan took the ring he had been given and locked it away where it would never be worn again. In Mordor, Sauron placed the one ring on his finger and felt the power of all the 19 rings flow into him. Through them he could perceive where they were and who held them and what those holders desired most. The 9 he could already begin to dominate. 4 men were weak and easily swayed by promises of power. The 7 would be harder. 4 dwarves were stubborn and resistant to control, but even they would serve his purposes in time. Only the 3 eluded him. He could sense them but not master them, for Celebrimbor had made them well and they contained no direct taint of his teaching. This angered Sauron, for he had planned to control all the rings, but 3 out of 19 was not so great a loss. The men and dwarves who wore the other rings would serve him, and through them he would build an empire that would encompass all Middle-earth. The mask was off now. The fair form of Anatar would no longer serve, for every elf who had encountered him now knew what he truly was. Sauron accepted this revelation without concern, for he had gained what he came for. The free peoples knew his name again and feared it, and that fear would serve him as well as deception had. He looked out from Barad-dûr, the dark tower he had raised in Mordor, and saw his plans bearing fruit. War would come soon, for the elves would not accept what he had done, but war was something he understood better than craft. He had learned war from Morgoth in the ancient days, and he would use that knowledge to crush any resistance before it could organize. The 1600th year ended with the world changed utterly. A new power had risen in the east, terrible and malevolent, and it wore a golden ring on its finger that gave it dominion over all the other rings, save 3. The long peace was over. The shadow had returned. The deception was revealed, and Sauron no longer bothered to hide. He sent messengers from Mordor to Eregion, demanding that Celebrimbor surrender all the rings of power, claiming them as rightfully his, since he had taught the craft that made them. The craftsman refused with words of fury and defiance, and the messengers returned to their master empty-handed. War became inevitable in that moment, for Sauron would not accept refusal, and Celebrimbor would not submit to the will of one who served Morgoth. Celebrimbor moved swiftly to protect what could be protected. The 3 rings he gave away immediately, sending them to those he trusted most. Vilya went to Gil-galad in Lindon, for the High King would need its power in the war that was coming. Narya went to Círdan, who understood better than most how to wield power without being corrupted by it. Nenya he gave to Galadriel when she came to Eregion after sensing the One's awakening, and she accepted it knowing the burden it would place upon her. But these 3 rings could not be worn while Sauron wore the One. Their bearers understood this immediately, for they could feel the pull of the Master Ring trying to bend them to its purpose. The 3 would have to remain hidden and unworn until Sauron was defeated, or until some way could be found to shield them from the One's dominion. This was a bitter realization, for Celebrimbor had made them to be used, and now they must lie dormant. The 9 and the 7 could not be recalled. They had already been given to their bearers years before, distributed according to Anatar's suggestions to kings and lords across Middle-earth. Now those rings served Sauron's purpose, whether their wearers knew it or not. And the men who bore the 9 began to feel the first stirrings of the corruption that would eventually consume them entirely. Gil-galad called for counsel in Lindon. Representatives came from all the free peoples who would answer his summons, and they spoke of what must be done now that Sauron had declared himself openly. The elves were still the strongest military power in Middle-earth, but they were fewer than they had been in the First Age, and they were scattered across many realms. An army would need to be raised, and that would take time. The dwarves sent word from Khazad-dûm that they would defend their own halls, but would not march to war against Sauron. They had no quarrel with the Dark Lord as long as he left them alone, and they believed their mountain fastness impregnable to any assault. This neutrality disappointed Gil-galad, but did not surprise him, for dwarves had always been a people apart who followed their own counsel. Men were divided. Some tribes had already fallen under Sauron's influence through the 9 rings, or through earlier contact with his servants. Others remained independent, but lacked the strength to resist if he turned his attention toward them. A few, the descendants of peoples who had fought beside the Edain in the First Age, declared themselves willing to stand with the elves if war came. Their numbers were small, but their loyalty was genuine. Celebrimbor fortified Eregin as best he could. Walls were raised around Ostin Edel, and weapons were forged in great numbers. The craftsmen who had spent centuries perfecting peaceful arts now turned their skills to war, making armor and blades and arrows. It was bitter work for them, a perversion of everything they had valued, but necessity demanded it. Sauron spent those years building his army. Orcs bred in the caverns beneath Mordor, twisted creatures that hated the light and served evil gladly. Men from the eastern tribes came to serve him, drawn by promises of power or simply by fear of what would happen if they refused. Trolls and other foul things emerged from dark places to answer his call. The host that gathered in Mordor was vast, larger than any force the elves could hope to match in open battle. 93 years passed between the forging of the One and the beginning of open war. 93 years of preparation and fortification, of alliances made and weapons stockpiled, of growing dread as reports filtered west of the army gathering in Mordor. The elves used those years well, but so did Sauron. And when the time came for him to march, he commanded a force that could crush any resistance if properly deployed. The first attacks came in the 1693rd year. Not against Eregion directly, for Sauron was too cunning to strike where the elves were strongest. Instead, his armies moved northwest through Eriador, sweeping across the land like a dark tide, overwhelming scattered settlements and driving refugees before them. The goal was to isolate Eregin from Lindon, to cut off Celebrimbor from any hope of reinforcement. Gil-galad received word of the invasion and understood immediately what Sauron intended. He called up every warrior who could bear arms and prepared to march east to Eregin's relief. But Lindon was far from Ostin Edel, and the road between them was long, and Sauron's armies were already in position to block that road. The race was on to see whether the High King could break through before Eregion fell. Celebrimbor looked out from his walls at the smoke rising from burning villages and knew that his choices had led to this. the pride that had made him welcome LOTR, the ambition that had driven him to forge the rings, the blindness that had kept him from seeing the truth until too late. All of it had brought war down upon his people and upon Middle-earth entire. But regret was useless now. War had come and must be fought. He arrayed his warriors on the walls of Ost in Edel and waited for the enemy to arrive, hoping that Gil-galad would come in time, but preparing for the possibility that he would not. The city would hold as long as it could. That was all anyone could promise. Sauron's army came to a region in the spring of the 1694th year. The host was vast beyond counting, a sea of orcs and corrupted men that covered the land from horizon to horizon, and at its head rode the Dark Lord himself in form terrible to behold. He had abandoned any pretense of fairness now, appearing as he truly was, a lord of terror clothed in power that made the very air around him shimmer with heat. Those who looked upon him felt their courage fail and their weapons grow heavy in their hands. The siege began immediately. Sauron's forces surrounded Ost in Edel and cut it off from any hope of relief. They did not assault the walls at first, for Sauron was patient and knew that hunger and despair would weaken the defenders more surely than any frontal attack. His armies camped within sight of the city and waited, while raiding parties swept through the surrounding countryside, burning everything that would burn. Celebrimbor stood on the walls and watched the destruction of his realm. The workshops outside the city, where so many beautiful things had been made, went up in flames. The gardens where his people had walked in peace were trampled under orc feet. The outlying villages were emptied, and their populations either fled or slaughtered. Everything he had built over centuries was being methodically destroyed, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. Word came from the east that Gil-galad was marching with every warrior he could muster, but the road between Lindon and Eregion was blocked by Sauron's armies, and the High King would have to fight his way through. Celebrimbor did not know if help would arrive in time or at all, but he could not simply surrender. That would mean giving the rings to Sauron, and that he would never do. The assault began in midsummer when Sauron judged that the defenders had been sufficiently weakened by months of siege. Towers were brought forward, tall structures of wood and iron from which orcs could shoot down into the city. Rams battered at the gates, while siege engines hurled stones and burning pitch over the walls. The defenders fought desperately, knowing that if the walls fell, they were all dead. For weeks the assault continued without pause. Orcs attacked in waves, throwing themselves at the walls with savage fury. And though the elves killed hundreds, the enemy had thousands more to send forward. The defenders grew exhausted, snatching sleep in brief moments between attacks, and their numbers dwindled as warriors fell to orc arrows or were crushed by falling stones. The gates broke. The enemy poured through into the city streets, and the defenders fell back to secondary positions, fighting from house to house and workshop to workshop. Every street became a battlefield, and every building a fortress to be taken and retaken. The elves sold their lives dearly, but they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers, pushed back step by step toward the center of the city. Celebrimbor fought in the last stand before his own halls. He wielded a sword forged by his own hands, and he used it well, for he was of the line of Feanor, and courage ran in his blood. Around him his warriors held their ground as long as they could, but the enemy was too many and they were too few. One by one they fell until only the craftsman remained standing amid the dead. Sauron's servants took him alive. The Dark Lord had commanded that Celebrimbor be captured rather than killed, for he wanted information that only the craftsman possessed. They dragged him before their master, and Sauron questioned him about the rings, demanding to know where the 9 and 7 had been sent, and especially where the 3 were hidden. Celebrimbor refused to answer despite all that was done to him. The torture lasted for days. Sauron was skilled in such arts, having learned them from Morgoth, and he applied his knowledge with terrible patience. He offered to end the pain if Celebrimbor would simply tell him where the 3 rings were, but the craftsman would not speak. His body broke under the torment, but his will held firm, and he died without revealing what Sauron most wanted to know. His body was mounted on a pole as a banner when Sauron's army marched north. This was meant to break the spirits of any elves who still resisted, to show them what happened to those who defied the Dark Lord. But it had the opposite effect among many who saw it, hardening their resolve rather than weakening it. Ost in Edelburned. The workshops were destroyed, and the libraries were put to flame. Every beautiful thing that could be broken was broken, and every work of craft was either looted or ruined. Sauron's army spent weeks in the systematic destruction of everything the elves had built, and when they finally marched away, they left only rubble and ash. Some few elves escaped the fall of Irrigin. They fled into the mountains or hid in the forests, and slowly they made their way west, hoping to reach Lindon. Among them was Elrond Gil-galad's herald, who had been in Irrigin when the siege began and had fought through the final days. He gathered the survivors he could find and led them toward safety, but Sauron's armies were between them and Lindon. The dwarves of Khazad-dûm heard of Eregin's fall and sealed their doors. The doors of Durin, that had stood open in friendship for centuries, swung shut with a sound like thunder, and they would not open again for any who came from outside. The dwarves mourned their friends, but they would not risk their own realm to avenge them. They retreated into their mountain halls and left Middle-earth to its fate. Sauron turned his attention north. Eregent was destroyed, and Celebrimbor was dead, but the 3 rings still eluded him, and he knew they must be in Lindon. His army marched toward Gil-galad's realm, confident of victory. They had crushed the greatest concentration of Noldoran power outside Lindon itself. Surely the High King's forces could not stand against them. Elrond fled north with the survivors of Eregion, perhaps 3,000 souls all told who had escaped the city's fall. They moved through the hill country west of the Misty Mountains, staying to the high ground where they could see enemies approaching. Behind them, Sauron's army spread across Eriador like a dark stain, burning and destroying everything in its path, and the smoke of their fires rose black against the sky. The refugees were exhausted and desperate. Many were wounded from the siege, and all were hungry, for they had brought little food in their flight. Children stumbled along beside their parents, and the elderly were carried on makeshift litters. They moved as quickly as they could, but their pace was painfully slow, and Sauron's forces were faster. Elrond sent scouts ahead to find a route to Lindon. They returned with grim news that the enemy had blocked every westward path, setting ambushes at every ford and pass. Thousands of orcs lay between the refugees and safety, and there was no way to fight through them. The situation seemed hopeless. Then one of the scouts reported finding a hidden valley in the foothills, a place so concealed by the shape of the land that you could pass within 100 yards and never see it. A narrow cleft led into a steep-sided vale where a river ran clear and trees grew thick. It would be a good place to hide, the scout said, at least for a time. Elrond led his people there. They came to the entrance just as Sauron's outriders were closing in, and they poured through the narrow gap into the valley beyond. The enemy followed, but the entrance was so tight that they could only come through a few at a time, and the elves held that choke point with desperate courage. For 3 days the battle raged at the valley's mouth, until finally the orcs withdrew, unable to force their way in. The valley was more defensible than Elrond had dared hope. Steep slopes rose on all sides, making it nearly impossible to approach from any direction except the one entrance. The river provided fresh water, and there were fish in its pools. Trees bore fruit and nuts, and the land was fertile enough for gardens if they had time to plant them. It was not a region, not a city with workshops and libraries, but it would do. They named it Imladris in the Sindarin tongue, which meant deep dale cleft. Later it would be called Rivendell in the common speech, and that name would endure through all the ages. But in those first desperate weeks it was simply refuge, a place to catch breath and tend wounds and try to survive another day. Sauron's army surrounded the valley. They could not enter, but they could prevent anyone from leaving, and they settled in for a siege. Elrond understood that this was a trap as much as a refuge, that his people were bottled up here while Sauron's forces moved freely through Eriador. But there was no choice except to endure and hope that Gil-galad would break through from the west. The High King was indeed fighting his way east. His army had engaged Sauron's forces in a series of battles across Eriador, trying to open a corridor to where Elrond's refugees were trapped. The fighting was fierce, and the losses were heavy on both sides, but Gil-galad pushed forward with grim determination. He would not abandon his herald and the survivors of Origin to their fate. Inside the valley, Elrond organized what defense he could. Archers were posted at the entrance, and lookouts watched the surrounding heights. The smiths, who had survived Origins' fall, set up forges and began repairing damaged weapons and armor. Healers tended the wounded in makeshift shelters beside the river. Everyone did what they could to make the refuge into something that could withstand a long siege, but they could not hold forever. Food was running low despite strict rationing. Some of the wounded died despite the healers' efforts. The children grew thin and listless. Elrond looked at his people and saw them weakening day by day, and he wondered if they would survive long enough for rescue to arrive. Then, in the autumn of that same year, Gil-galad broke through. His army smashed into the besieging force from the west and scattered them after a day-long battle. The orcs fled east toward Mordor or died where they stood, and the siege was lifted. Elrond and his people emerged from their valley to find the High King waiting with supplies and reinforcements. The reunion was joyful but brief. Sauron still commanded vast armies in Eriador, and the war was far from over. Gil-galad needed to consolidate his position and establish defensive lines that could hold against the next assault. He urged Elrond to bring his people west to Lindon, where they would be safer. Elrond refused. The valley was too valuable to abandon, he argued. It lay near the center of Eriador, and could serve as a strong point from which to defend the region. It was defensible with relatively few warriors, freeing the rest to fight elsewhere, and it had already proven itself as refuge for those fleeing Sauron's armies. Gil-galad saw the wisdom in this and agreed. He left Elrond a company of warriors to strengthen the valley's defense and promised to send supplies regularly. Then he took the main army west to establish his own defensive positions. The war would continue, but at least the survivors of Eregion had a home. Through the autumn and winter, Elrond's people worked to make Rivendell into something more permanent. They built proper dwellings along the riverbank and laid out gardens that would feed them come spring. They carved storage cellars into the hillsides and built a hall where they could gather. The work was hard, but it was healing too, giving them purpose beyond mere survival. Word spread through Eriador that there was refuge in Imladris for any who needed it. Refugees from other destroyed settlements began to arrive, guided by rumor and hope. Elrond turned none away, and the valley's population grew. It became a place where the homeless could find shelter and the wounded could heal, where news from across the region was gathered and shared. By the year 1700, Rivendell was firmly established as both refuge and stronghold. It could not compare to what Eregion had been, but it served the needs of those dark times. Elrond had not chosen to become a lord with a realm of his own, but necessity had placed that burden on him, and he bore it with grace. The last homely house they began to call his hall, for it was the last welcoming place before the wild lands began. The name was apt, and it stuck. Word of the war in Eriador reached Númenor through ships that still sailed between the Blessed Isle and Middle-earth. The captains brought tales of burning cities and refugees fleeing westward, of elven realms destroyed and Sauron's armies spreading like plague across the land. The reports troubled the Númenorians, for they remembered that their ancestors had fought beside the elves in the great war against Morgoth, and they felt the stirring of that old alliance even across the centuries that had passed since the Edain departed Middle-earth. Tar Minastir sat on the throne in those years. He was a king in the old tradition, one who remembered that Númenor had been raised as a reward for faithfulness, and that such gifts carried obligations. He gathered his council, and they debated what should be done, whether to remain safely in their blessed isle or to risk their people in a war that was not directly theirs. The debate was resolved when Gil-galad sent an embassy directly to Númenor. The messengers arrived bearing letters that described the situation in stark terms and asked for help in the name of the old alliance. They spoke of Eregion's destruction and the deaths of thousands, of Sauron's overwhelming numbers and the likelihood that even Lindon would fall if no aid came. The plea was desperate but dignified, and it moved the king's heart. Tar Minastir declared that Númenor would answer the call. A great fleet was prepared in the harbours along the western coast, the finest ships that Edain had ever built. Warriors volunteered by the thousands, eager for glory, or driven by duty, or simply moved by the plight of the elves, who had once been their friends. Weapons and armour were loaded into the holds, along with provisions for a long campaign, and when summer came, the fleet sailed east with favourable winds filling their sails. The armada that arrived off the coast of Eriador in the 1700th year was beyond anything Middle-earth had seen since the War of Wrath. Hundreds of ships with white sails and bright banners, carrying tens of thousands of warriors. They came to the mouth of the river Gwathlo, where Sauron's forces held the southern approaches to Eriador, and they landed without opposition because the enemy had not expected attack from the sea. Tar-Minister himself commanded the host. He came ashore in armor that shone like silver, and he raised his standard on the beach. And the Númenóreans formed their ranks with the discipline that came from generations of training. They were men, but they were like no men that the orcs and corrupted eastern tribes had encountered. Tall and strong, with centuries of life ahead of them, and wisdom inherited from the Edan. Their weapons were better, and their armor was finer, and they fought with a skill that made them the equal of any save the elves themselves. The Númenórean army drove north like a spear. Sauron's forces tried to stop them and were scattered. The orcs could not stand against the disciplined advance of warriors who knew no fear, and the corrupted men broke when they saw their orcalies fleeing. Within weeks, Tar-Minister had cleared the southern approaches and opened a corridor through which supplies could flow to Gil-galad's beleaguered forces. The High King marched south to meet his unexpected allies. The junction of the two armies occurred in the ruins of what had been a prosperous town before the war, and the meeting between elf and man was formal but warm. Gil-galad thanked Tar-Minister for coming to their aid, and the Númenórean king replied that it was his honor to fight beside those who had once befriended his ancestors. Together, the combined host turned east toward where Sauron's main army was encamped. The Dark Lord had not expected this intervention, and it had thrown all his plans into disarray. His forces in Eriador were suddenly caught between the Númenórean army in the south and Gil-galad's forces in the north, and the trap was closing. The great battle occurred in the autumn of that year on the plains of Calanardan. Sauron himself came to lead his army, knowing that if he did not win decisively, here the whole campaign would collapse. The forces met in terrible violence, orc and man and elf clashing in a melee that raged from dawn to dusk. The Númenóreans held the center of the line, and they did not break despite repeated assaults, while Gil-galad's elven warriors carved into the enemy flanks with cold fury. Sauron was driven back. His armies broke and fled eastward, pursued by cavalry who cut down the stragglers without mercy. The Dark Lord himself retreated to Mordor with what remained of his host, abandoning Eriador to his enemies. The victory was complete and decisive, though it had been purchased with blood enough to stain the earth red for acres. The cost had been heavy on both sides. Thousands of Númenóreans lay dead on the battlefield, and Gil-galad had lost warriors he could not easily replace. But the war in Eriador was over. Sauron's power was broken in the north and would not recover for centuries. Middle-earth had been saved by the intervention of the Blessed Isle. Tar-Minister remained for a time to help secure what had been won. His troops garrisoned key positions and helped rebuild some of what had been destroyed. But Númenor called its king home, and in the spring of the 1701st year the fleet departed with the survivors of the expeditionary force. They left behind garrisons at certain havens along the coast, maintaining a Númenórean presence in Middle-earth that would endure for centuries. Gil-galad watched the ships sail west and felt gratitude mixed with relief. The alliance had held despite centuries of separation, and men had proven themselves worthy successors to the Edain who fought in the First Age. But he also felt unease, for the Númenóreans who remained seemed different from their ancestors, more concerned with glory and dominion than with simple friendship. That was a shadow for the future, though. For now there was only gratitude for the aid that had saved them all. The war was won, but the victory tasted of ashes. Eriador lay in ruins from the mountains to the sea, a landscape of burned villages and broken towers where once there had been prosperity and peace. The fields that had produced grain for generations were trampled and salted. The orchards were cut down or burned, and the roads that had carried traders between settlements were now just tracks through wilderness, reclaiming what had been cultivated land. It would take decades for the region to recover, and some things would never be restored. Ost-in-Edel was gone beyond any hope of rebuilding. The city that had been the glory of the Second Age, where craft had reached heights not seen since the elder days, existed now only as blackened stones scattered across a valley floor. The workshops where the rings had been forged were rubble. The libraries where knowledge had been preserved were ash, and the gardens where Celebrimba's people had walked in peace were nothing but bare earth growing weeds. Gil-galad sent workers to clear the ruins and salvage what could be salvaged, but there was little enough to find. No one proposed rebuilding Eregent. The shadow of what had happened there was too dark, the memory of betrayal too fresh. The valley where Ost-in-Edel had stood was left to return to wilderness, and in time the forest would reclaim it completely. Some among the survivors spoke of raising a monument to mark where the city had been, but even that seemed too painful, and in the end they left the place unmarked save for the ruins themselves. The rings of power were scattered across Middle-earth now, and no one knew where most of them had gone. The three were in safe hands, hidden and unworn, while Sauron possessed the one. Gil-galad kept Vilya locked away in Lindon. Círdan guarded Narya in the Grey Havens, and Galadriel bore Nenya with her in her wandering. These at least were accounted for. The 9 and the 7 had been distributed before the war. The 9 had gone to kings of men in various lands, and those kings were already beginning to feel the corruption that would eventually consume them. Reports came to Lindon of strange changes in the bearers, how they seemed more powerful but also more cruel, how they surrounded themselves with darkness and began to fear the light. Sauron's hooks were in them and would pull them down in time. The 7 had gone to dwarf lords, and those rings functioned differently. Dwarves were too stubborn to be dominated as men could be dominated, and the 7 could not bend their wills to Sauron's purpose. But the rings still worked evil in their own way, inflaming the natural dwarf love of gold until it became dangerous obsession. The bearers hoarded wealth beyond reason and grew suspicious of all who came near their treasures. More than one dwarf realm would eventually fall to ruin because its lord could not master the greed his ring inspired. Sauron had retreated to Mordor after his defeat. He remained there through all the years that followed, rebuilding his strength behind the protection of the mountains that ringed that desolate land. He still possessed the one ring, and that gave him power enough to survive and eventually to grow strong again. But for now he was contained, and the free peoples had bought themselves time to recover and prepare. Gil-galad established a watch on Mordor's borders. Elven rangers moved through the lands around the Black Gate, observing what they could and reporting back to Lindon. The Dark Lord was building, that much was clear. Forges burned in the mountains and armies gathered in the plains, but it was slow work rebuilding what had been destroyed, and Sauron would need years or decades before he could threaten the West again. The High King used those years to fortify what remained. Lindon was strengthened with new walls and towers, and warriors were trained to replace those who had fallen in the war. Trade routes were re-established with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, who emerged cautiously from their isolation now that the immediate danger had passed. Settlements were rebuilt in Eriador, where the land was still good, though they were smaller and more scattered than before. Rivendell became more important in the aftermath of the war. Elrond's refuge in the Hidden Valley served as a way station for travelers moving between Lindon and the Eastern lands, and it became a center for gathering intelligence about Sauron's activities. Messengers came and went regularly, and Elrond became Gil-galad's chief counselor on matters concerning the enemy. The last homely house earned its name in those years, for it was often the last safe place travelers would find before venturing into dangerous country. Númenor's intervention had saved Eriador, but it also marked a change in the relationship between the Blessed Isle and Middle-earth. The Númenorians who remained in the coastal havens grew wealthy from trade, and more ships came each year bringing goods and settlers. Some elves viewed this with unease, seeing in the Númenorians' growing presence the seeds of future trouble. But for now they were allies and trading partners, and their havens provided valuable contact with the West. The years passed slowly, as they always did for elves. A decade, 2 decades, a half-century. The scars of war faded from the land, though they remained sharp in memory. Children were born who had never known peace, and they grew up in a world where Sauron was simply a fact of existence, an ever-present threat on the eastern horizon. The older generation told them stories of the Golden Age before the rings, and the young ones listened, but could not really imagine a time when there had been no Dark Lord in Mordor. By the 18th century of the Second Age, a kind of normalcy had returned to the northwestern lands. Not the peace of earlier years, for that was gone forever, but a state of watchful stability. Trade flourished within the areas the Free Peoples controlled. Farms produced crops again. Children played in safety behind strong walls. It was a diminished world compared to what had been, but it endured, and endurance was its own kind of victory. Gil-galad looked east from his tower in Lindon and saw smoke on the horizon where Mordor lay. Sauron was still there, still building, still planning. The war had been postponed rather than won, but the Free Peoples had survived the first great test of the Second Age, and they would face whatever came next with such strength as they possessed. The rings of power could not be unmade while Sauron held the one, and the one could not be taken while Sauron remained in power. It was a stalemate that might last for ages, and they would endure it because they had no other choice. The 18th century of the Second Age saw Númenor turn its attention outward in ways that troubled those who remembered the old alliance. The ships that had once come to Middle-earth for trade or friendship now came with different purposes. They brought colonists rather than visitors, soldiers rather than merchants, and they established permanent settlements along the coasts that looked more like fortresses than trading posts. The Númenorians were building an empire, though they did not call it that yet. The change had been gradual. After Tar Ministir's great intervention, the Blessed Isle had maintained garrisons at several havens, ostensibly to protect trade routes and provide security for merchants. But those garrisons grew larger with each passing decade, and the havens around them expanded into towns and then into cities. Númenorian governors ruled these settlements with authority that came ultimately from the king in the west, and they began to make demands on the local populations. The men who lived along the coasts found themselves increasingly under Númenórean control. They were taught to speak the language of the Blessed Isle and to follow its laws. They paid taxes to support the garrisons and were conscripted to work on building projects. Some benefited from this arrangement, learning crafts and trades they had never known. But many resented being ruled by foreigners who treated them as inferiors, despite their shared ancestry. The Númenóreans viewed themselves as benefactors, bringing civilization to backward peoples. They built harbors where there had been only beaches, raised stone buildings where there had been only wooden huts, established courts where disputes could be resolved according to written law rather than tribal custom. They genuinely believed they were improving the lives of their lesser cousins, and they could not understand why some of those cousins responded with resentment rather than gratitude. Ships sailed further and further from the Blessed Isle. Númenórean captains explored every inlet and bay along the western coasts of Middle-earth, mapping everything and claiming the best harbors for their king. Some ventured south beyond the lands the elves knew, coming to regions where men had never heard of Númenor or the Edan. There too they established havens and began the process of bringing local populations under their control. Trade flourished in the wake of this expansion. Goods from across Middle-earth flowed through Númenórean ports to the Blessed Isle, and manufactured items from Númenor's workshops moved in the opposite direction. The king's treasury swelled with wealth, and the merchants who facilitated this trade grew rich. It seemed to the Númenóreans that they were fulfilling a destiny, bringing order and prosperity to a chaotic world. Gil-galad watched these developments with growing concern. He maintained cordial relations with Númenor and welcomed their ships to the Grey Havens, but he could see where this path led. The Númenóreans were growing proud, forgetting the humility that had characterized the Edain. They were beginning to view themselves as rulers by right rather than as one people among many, and that pride would only increase as their power grew. Galadriel spoke against the Númenórean expansion more openly. She had seen how power corrupted during the Elder Days, had watched the Noldor fall into kinslaying and oath-breaking because they believed themselves above other peoples. The same pattern was beginning to repeat itself, and she warned any who would listen that Númenor was walking a dangerous road. But most elves were simply glad that someone was maintaining order in Middle-earth's coastal regions. The Númenóreans kept Sauron's influence at bay and protected trade routes that benefited everyone. If they were somewhat arrogant and heavy-handed in their methods, well, men were short-lived and perhaps needed firm guidance. It was an attitude that would prove disastrously wrong in later ages, but in the 19th century it seemed reasonable enough. The settlements grew into permanent colonies. Númenórean families came to live in Middle-earth permanently rather than just visiting, and children were born who knew the coastal cities as home. These colonists intermarried with local populations sometimes, though the pure-blooded Númenóreans considered such unions degrading. A hierarchy developed with pure Númenóreans at the top, mixed-blood descendants in the middle, and native men at the bottom. Umbar became the greatest of the Númenórean havens in this period. It lay far to the south in a magnificent natural harbour, and the Númenóreans fortified it heavily and made it the seat of their southern dominions. From Umbar, their influence spread along the coasts and inland, bringing vast territories under nominal control. The governors of Umbar styled themselves almost as kings, commanding armies and fleets and answering only to the king in Numenor himself. The Numenorians of this period still remembered their friendship with the elves and still opposed Sauron when his influence appeared. They were not evil, not consciously seeking to oppress or exploit, but they had convinced themselves that their superior civilization gave them the right to rule, and once that belief took root, it shaped all their actions. Every decision was justified by the supposed benefits it would bring to those they ruled, and any resistance was viewed as ignorance or ingratitude. By the end of the 20th century, Numenor controlled most of the western coastline of Middle-earth through a network of havens and client kingdoms. Their ships dominated the seas, and their merchants dominated trade. They had built an empire without really intending to, driven more by momentum than by any grand design. The Blessed Isle itself remained their home and heart, but their reach now extended across half a continent. Gil-galad marked the passing years and kept his own counsel. Numenor was too powerful to oppose directly, and their interests still aligned with those of the free peoples in most respects. But the High King wondered what would happen when those interests diverged, when the Empire's needs came into conflict with the welfare of others. That day would come eventually. It always did. The 9 rings had been distributed long ago, given to kings of men across Middle-earth during the years when Annatar walked in Origin. They had gone to rulers in the east and south, to lords who commanded armies and governed cities, to men who sought power to preserve their realms against the chaos of a dangerous world. The rings had seemed like gifts then, and the recipients had accepted them with gratitude, not understanding the trap that closed around them with each wearing. The corruption began slowly. At first the changes were subtle enough that even those who knew the ring-bearers well might not have noticed them. A king who had been generous became calculating, weighing every gift against what it might return. A lord known for mercy grew harsher in his judgments, finding satisfaction in the fear of those who served him. Warriors who had fought with honor began to employ cruel tactics that broke enemies but violated every code they had once held sacred. The rings gave power that much was undeniable. The bearers found themselves stronger than they had been. Their commands obeyed more readily, their plans succeeding where they should have failed. They healed from wounds that should have killed them and lived years beyond the normal span without aging. To those who wore them, the rings seemed the source of every success, and they began to wear them constantly rather than only on special occasions. But the power came with a price that revealed itself by degrees. The bearers began to fear the light, preferring to conduct their business in darkness or shadow. They surrounded themselves with guards and locked their doors against imagined enemies. They trusted no one completely, seeing plots and betrayals everywhere they looked. The rings whispered to them constantly, though they made no sound, filling their minds with suspicions and dark counsel. Some few tried to resist. There were kings who recognized what was happening to them and attempted to remove their rings and set them aside. They found it nearly impossible, for the rings had become part of them in ways that transcended the physical. Taking off the ring felt like tearing away a piece of their own souls, and the pain was so great that most could not sustain it. They would last hours or days before the suffering drove them to put the ring back on, and each time they did so, it bound them more tightly. The years passed and the bearers changed further. Their appearance began to alter as mortality warred with the unnatural preservation the rings provided. They grew thin and pale, their eyes developing a strange gleam that made others uncomfortable to meet their gaze. They wore robes and cloaks even in warm weather, hiding bodies that were becoming insubstantial. When they moved, they seemed to glide rather than walk, and their voices took on qualities that made listeners shudder without knowing why. Their kingdoms suffered under their rule. Laws became arbitrary and punishments savage. The people they had once protected learned to fear their presence, and many fled to other lands if they could. But the ring-bearers no longer cared about the welfare of their subjects, for the rings had taught them that power was its own justification, and that the strong had no obligations to the weak. By the end of the 21st century, the transformation was approaching completion. The 9 who had been kings and lords of men were becoming something else entirely, creatures caught between life and death, with no hope of escape. They could no longer bear sunlight and spent their days in shuttered rooms, emerging only after dark to conduct whatever business still occupied their fading attention. When they did appear, they wore black robes that concealed everything, for there was little left beneath those robes that resembled living flesh. Sauron felt them through the One Ring. He could perceive their locations and sense their thoughts, and he began to exert his will more directly now that they were weak enough to dominate. He called them east to Mordor, and one by one they answered that call. They abandoned their kingdoms without a backward glance and travelled to the Black Land. Drawn by compulsion, they could no longer resist. In Mordor, Sauron completed what the rings had begun. He broke the last remnants of their individual wills and bound them absolutely to his service. They became his most terrible servants, the Nazgul, the Ringwraiths, who could not die while the One endured. They were given dark weapons and sent out to command his armies and hunt his enemies. And they obeyed without question or hesitation because they were no longer capable of independent thought. The 9 retained certain powers from their mortal lives. They could ride and fight and command others. They inspired terror in those who encountered them, a supernatural dread that broke the courage of even brave warriors. They could sense the presence of other rings of power and track them across great distances, but they had lost everything that made them human, reduced to extensions of Sauron's will, with no memory of what they had once been. Word of the Nazgul spread slowly through Middle-earth. Travelers reported encounters with black riders who moved through darkness like smoke, who left a trail of fear and madness wherever they passed. The stories were dismissed as legend at first, but as more reports came in, the pattern became undeniable. Something new and terrible had emerged from Mordor, and it bore the taint of the Rings of Power. Gil-galad heard these reports and understood what had happened. The 9 that Celebrimbor had forged under Sauron's guidance had fulfilled their purpose, creating servants who would endure as long as their master endured. It was a perversion of the original intent behind the rings, which had been to preserve and protect, but Sauron had always meant them for enslavement. The corruption of the 9 was not an accident or a side effect, but the designed outcome from the very beginning. The free peoples learned to fear the Nazgul above all other servants of the enemy. They were rare enough that encounters with them were uncommon, but when they appeared, they brought death and despair. No mortal weapon could kill them permanently, for they were already neither alive nor dead. Only by destroying the One Ring could they be unmade. and that seemed impossible while Sauron possessed it and ruled from Barad-dûr. The division in Númenor began quietly, a matter of emphasis rather than open conflict. Some among the Númenorians looked west toward the undying lands with longing, remembering that the Valar had granted them long life, but not the immortality that elves possessed. Others looked east toward Middle-earth with ambition, seeing in their growing dominion proof that men were meant to rule rather than to serve or submit. The difference seemed trivial at first. Both groups loved Númenor and served their king faithfully. Both valued the traditions inherited from the Edain and honored the memory of Elros, but beneath the surface agreement, fundamentally different visions of what Númenor should be were beginning to pull the people apart. Those who looked west maintained friendship with the elves. They sailed to the Grey Havens regularly and brought Gil-galad news of their island, and they welcomed elven visitors to Númenor when such visitors came. They spoke Sindarin as well as their own Adunaic tongue and taught their children the lore that had come from Valinor through their elven friends. They remembered that the Blessed Isle had been a gift rather than a conquest, and they feared to offend the Valar who had granted it. But those who looked east grew impatient with such caution. They argued that Númenor's greatness came from their own efforts rather than from gifts or blessings. They pointed to their empire in Middle-earth as proof that men could achieve whatever they set their minds to, without needing counsel from elves who had failed to defeat Sauron without Númenorian help. They resented the ban that forbade them from sailing west beyond sight of Númenor, seeing in that restriction an insult rather than a protection. The king in this period sided with those who looked east. He was ambitious and proud, and he saw no reason why his people should humble themselves before the Valar or defer to elves who had shown themselves fallible. Under his rule, the old friendship with Lindon cooled, though it did not break entirely. Elven ships came less frequently to Númenor, finding a welcome that was cordial but no longer warm. Language became a marker of division. Those who favored the eastern view began to use Adunaic exclusively, avoiding Sindarin except when absolutely necessary. They argued that Númenor should have its own tongue rather than borrowing from the elves, and they looked down on those who still preferred the old speech. The Eldar Friends, as those who maintained the western view came to be called, continued to use Sindarin in their homes and with their friends, but they found themselves increasingly marginalized in public life. The division deepened through the 23rd century. Court positions went to those who spoke pure Adunaic and avoided elven customs. Trade with Middle-earth's coastal settlements was favored over trade with Lindon. The white tree still grew in the king's court, but it was no longer tended with the reverence it had once received. Some whispered that it was a symbol of submission to the Valar, and that a truly great people would not need reminders of gifts they had been given. The Eldar Friends retreated to certain regions where their views remained dominant. The western parts of Númenor, particularly around the haven of Anduin, became known as places where the old ways persisted. There the people still spoke Sindarin and sailed to visit the elves, and they taught their children to remember that Númenor's greatness came ultimately from the Valar's mercy rather than from their own achievements. But they were a minority now, and their influence was fading. The majority, who began to call themselves the king's men, grew in confidence and power. They expanded Númenor's empire aggressively, establishing new havens and bringing more territory under their control. They built monuments to their own glory in the coastal cities, great statues and temples that celebrated Númenórean achievements without reference to any higher power. When they spoke of their destiny, it was in terms of dominion and conquest rather than stewardship or service. Gil-galad watched this transformation with sorrow and growing alarm. He could see Númenor walking the same path that Noldor had walked in the First Age, confusing power with wisdom and achievement with righteousness. He sent messages to the Eldar friends, encouraging them to maintain their traditions, but he had no authority to interfere in Númenor's internal affairs. The Blessed Isle was independent, and its people would choose their own path. Círdan spoke more bluntly, warning any Númenórean who would listen that pride always preceded catastrophe. He had seen kingdoms fall and peoples diminish through arrogance, and he recognized the pattern in Númenor's trajectory. Some listened and took his warnings to heart, but most dismissed the ancient shipwright as a relic who did not understand the modern age. By the 24th century, the division was complete. The king's men controlled the government and set policy, while the Eldar friends held to their traditions in private and avoided provoking open conflict. Ships from Númenor still came to Middle-earth, but they came as masters rather than as friends, and the coastal peoples learned to submit or suffer. The Blessed Isle had become something its founders would not have recognized, and the shadow that lay on it would only deepen in the centuries ahead. The ban of the Valar had always existed, but in earlier centuries it had not seemed burdensome. The Edain, who first came to Númenor, understood that the undying lands were not meant for mortal men, that sailing too far west would bring only sorrow and loss. They accepted this restriction with the same grace with which they accepted their mortality, seeing both as part of the gift they had been given. But their descendants in the 24th century viewed the matter differently. The ban forbade them from sailing west beyond sight of Númenor. They could go east to Middle-earth as far as they wished, north and south along any coast they cared to explore, but the western sea was closed to them. Ships that ventured too far in that direction disappeared and never returned, or, if they did return, their crews were mad and spoke of terrible visions. The prohibition was absolute, and it was enforced by powers the Númenóreans could not hope to challenge. Yet the more they were told they could not do something, the more they desired it. This was particularly true of the king's men who had built an empire in Middle-earth and who chafed at any limitation on their freedom. They asked why they should be forbidden anything when they had proven themselves the greatest of all men, and they received no answer that satisfied them. The Eldar friends spoke of respect for the powers and the wisdom of accepting one's place in the order of creation. But such talk seemed, to the king's men, like cowardice dressed up as virtue. The question of immortality lay at the heart of their resentment. The Valar had given the Númenóreans long life, centuries rather than the mere decades that other men lived, but they had not given them the immortality that elves possessed. Even the longest-lived Númenórean would eventually grow old and die, passing into an unknown fate beyond the circles of the world. The elves would endure until the world itself ended, undying and unchanging. And this difference seemed to the Númenóreans increasingly unjust. They had been allies to the elves, had fought beside them and saved them from Sauron. They had proven themselves worthy in every test that could be imagined. Why then should they receive less than the firstborn? Why should death claim them when they had done nothing to deserve such a fate? The questions ate at them through the passing years, poisoning what should have been gratitude for the gifts they had received. Some began to speak of the undying lands as a place that was being kept from them unjustly. They imagined Valinor as a paradise where immortality could be claimed simply by setting foot on its shores, as if deathlessness were a property of place rather than of nature. If only they could sail there, if only they could walk beneath the two trees, they believed they would become like the elves and never taste death. The ban was the only thing standing between them and this imagined immortality. The Eldar friends tried to explain that this was a fundamental misunderstanding. Immortality was woven into elven nature from the moment of their creation, they said, not something that could be acquired by visiting a particular land. The undying lands were called such because immortal beings dwelt there, not because they made immortals of any who landed on their shores. But the king's men dismissed these explanations as elvish tricks meant to keep the best things for themselves. The western seas became an obsession for some. They would stand on the western shores of Numenor and stare at the horizon, trying to catch some glimpse of what lay beyond. On clear days when the air was particularly pure, a few claimed they could see a green glow on the edge of vision, though whether this was real or imagined none could say. The sight maddened those who saw it, for it reminded them constantly of what they were forbidden to seek. Ships sometimes vanished after sailing west despite the ban, whether their captains thought they could evade the Valar's prohibition through cleverness or seamanship, or whether they simply could not resist the pull of the forbidden. They sailed into the west and were never seen again. The king's men blamed the Valar for these disappearances, claiming they proved the powers were cruel and jealous, while the Eldar friends mourned the foolishness that drove men to destruction through pride. By the year 2500, the question of the ban dominated political discourse in Numenor. The king's men argued openly that it should be challenged or ignored, that the Valar had no right to limit where the Númenóreans could sail. They spoke of mounting expeditions to force their way west, of building fleets so large that even the powers could not turn them back. The Eldarfrons warned that such talk courted disaster, but their warnings went unheeded. Gil-galad heard reports of these debates and felt his concern deepen into dread. He had seen what happened when people tried to defy the Valar, had witnessed the consequences of such pride in the First Age. The Númenóreans were walking toward catastrophe with their eyes open, and there seemed to be nothing anyone could do to turn them aside. The Blessed Isle was choosing its own fate, and that fate led toward darkness. The division between King's men and Eldar friends was no longer merely about language or customs. It had become fundamental, a question of how the Númenóreans understood their place in the world and what they believed they were owed. One group accepted mortality as the gift it had always been called, while the others saw it as a curse that should be escaped by any means necessary. The gulf between these positions was unbridgeable, and it would only widen as the centuries passed. The great havens became fortresses in the 26th century. What had begun as trading posts and way stations transformed into permanent centers of Númenórean power, each one ruling over vast territories in the name of the king across the sea. Umbar in the south became the greatest of these, a city of white stone and high walls where governors commanded armies and fleets as if they were kings themselves. From these havens, Númenorian authority spread inland, bringing tribe after tribe under control through force or threat of force. The men of Middle-earth learned to fear the ships with white sails. Where once Númenorian vessels had brought trade and knowledge, now they brought demands and conscription. Coastal peoples were required to provide tribute in grain and gold, to supply workers for building projects, to accept Númenorian governors and administrators who ruled according to laws written in Adonaic that most could not read. Those who resisted found their villages burned and their leaders executed as examples. The Númenorians justified this oppression in the language of civilization and order. They argued that they were bringing law to lawless lands, teaching backward peoples how to live properly, protecting them from threats they could not handle themselves. They pointed to the roads they built and the harbors they improved, to the courts they improved, to the courts they established, and the schools they opened. That these benefits came wrapped in chains and delivered at sword point seemed to them irrelevant, for they had convinced themselves that the ends justified any means. Some among the coastal men benefited from Númenorian rule. Those who collaborated with the new masters received positions of authority under them, becoming governors of their own people and enforcers of foreign law. They grew wealthy from the arrangements and built fine houses in the Númenorian style. Their children learned Adonaic and adopted Númenorian customs, effectively becoming a ruling class separate from and superior to their own kin. But most men suffered under the empire, working as laborers on projects that benefited only their masters and paying taxes that impoverished them. The Eldar friends in Númenor heard reports of what was being done in their name and were appalled. They protested to the king that this was not what their ancestors would have wanted, that the Edain had been granted Númenor as a reward for service rather than as a license to dominate. But the king's men controlled the government now, and they dismissed such protests as weakness or treachery. The empire was making Númenor wealthy and powerful, they argued, and only fools would give that up for some abstract principle about how men should treat one another. Trade flowed through the havens in enormous volume. Timber and ore from Middle-earth went west to Númenor, while manufactured goods and weapons came east to the colonies. The king's treasury overflowed with wealth extracted from subject populations, and Númenor itself became richer than any kingdom in the world. Great monuments were raised in the cities of the Blessed Isle, temples and palaces that celebrated Númenorian glory without reference to the powers who had made that glory possible. But all this wealth and dominion came at a cost that few acknowledged. The Númenorians were changing, becoming harder and more cruel with each generation. The long life that had been a gift now felt like a burden, for they spent their centuries accumulating power and possessions rather than wisdom, and the more they gained, the more they feared losing it. They surrounded themselves with guards and locked their treasures in vaults, trusting no one and finding joy in nothing. Meanwhile, in the east, beyond the reach of Númenorian power, Sauron was growing stronger. He did not challenge the empire directly, for he was not yet ready for such confrontation, but he worked among the tribes that Númenor had not yet conquered. He offered them weapons and knowledge, taught them to hate their Western oppressors, and slowly built a coalition of peoples who would serve him when the time came. The Númenorians barely noticed, too focused on expanding their dominion to see the greater threat gathering beyond their frontier. The coastal settlements were strangled by the weight of empire. What had once been thriving communities of free, Men became extraction zones, where wealth was pulled from the land and people with no thought for sustainability. Fields were overworked until they produced nothing. Forests were stripped for timber without replanting. Mines were dug until they collapsed. The Númenóreans took what they wanted and moved on, leaving devastation in their wake. Gil-galad watched from Lindon and could do nothing. Númenor was too powerful to oppose, and its interests did not directly threaten elven lands. But he could see where this path led, had seen it before in the First Age, when the Noldor had pursued their own ambitions without regard for others. Pride and power always ended in ruin, and Númenor was accumulating, both in quantities that would eventually demand payment. Some few Númenóreans rebelled against what their people had become. They refused postings to the colonial governments and spoke out against the oppression being carried out in the king's name. Most of these dissenters were Eldar friends who remembered the old values, and they found themselves increasingly isolated as the king's men tightened their grip on power. A few left Númenor entirely, settling in Middle-earth among those they felt their people had wronged, trying to make amends for crimes they had not personally committed. By the end of the 28th century, Númenor's empire stretched from the far south to the northern coasts, encompassing millions of people who had never seen the Blessed Isle but lived under its laws. The havens were cities now, each ruling territories larger than many kingdoms. The governors styled themselves with grand titles and maintained courts that rivaled the king's own in splendor, if not in authority. The empire had become an end in itself, existing to perpetuate and expand its own power without any higher purpose. The glory of Númenor had become its burden. The Blessed Isle that the Valar had raised as a gift for the faithful had transformed into the seat of an empire, built on conquest and exploitation. The change had been gradual enough that many did not see it clearly, but those with eyes to see understood that Númenor had lost its way. The question was whether it would find the path back before pride drove it to destruction. By the 29th century, the faithful were no longer merely out of favor in Númenor. They were actively persecuted, hunted by agents of the king's men who viewed their continued adherence to the old ways as treason against the Blessed Isle's manifest destiny. The Eldar friends found their property confiscated on spurious legal grounds, their children barred from positions in government or military, their movements watched and reported. Some were arrested on charges of sedition and disappeared into dungeons beneath the king's palace, never to be seen again. The House of Anduin endured despite everything. This was the line descended from the lords of that western haven, and it traced its ancestry back to Silmarian daughter of Tar Elendil, herself descended from Elrond. The lords of Anduin maintained the old friendship with the elves, and taught their children to speak Sindarin and remember that Númenor's greatness came from the Valar's gift, rather than from their own achievements. They were targets of constant suspicion, but their noble blood protected them from the worst persecution, at least for now. Elendil was the heir of that house in those days. He was tall even among the Númenóreans, a man of wisdom and strength, who walked with the dignity his ancestors had shown. He saw what was happening to his people with clear eyes and mourned it, but he kept his counsel private and taught his sons in secret. Isildur and Anarion learned the old law and the old tongue, and they were raised to remember that there were things more important than power or long life. The white tree still grew in the king's court, but it was neglected now. The gardeners who had once tended it with reverence were replaced by servants who saw it as just another plant, and they cared for it with the minimum effort required. Some among the king's men spoke openly of cutting it down, saying it was a symbol of submission to powers that had no right to command the greatest of men. The tree endured, but it weakened year by year, and those who loved it watched with sorrow. Meanwhile, across the sea in Middle-earth, Sauron's power was growing in lands the Númenóreans did not control. His realm in Mordor was fully rebuilt now, fortified behind mountains and garrisoned with armies that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Barad-dûr rose, black and terrible, at its center, a tower so tall it could be seen from leagues away, and from its heights the Dark Lord surveyed all the lands around his domain. The Nazgûl served him openly now, rather than lurking in shadow. They rode forth on great black horses to command his armies and enforce his will, and wherever they went the living fell into despair. They were his most trusted servants because they were incapable of betrayal. Their wills so completely dominated by the One Ring that they existed only as extensions of his purpose. Men who saw them approach fled if they could, and submitted if they could not. Sauron's influence spread through the eastern and southern lands like infection through a wound. Tribes that had maintained their independence were brought under his control through conquest or corruption. Kings accepted gifts that bound them to his service or were replaced by those who would serve willingly. The Nine Rings were doing their work among the rulers of men, creating servants who believed themselves masters while dancing to the Dark Lord's tune. The peoples who fell under Sauron's dominion suffered as those under Númenórean rule suffered, though in different ways. Where Númenor extracted wealth and demanded tribute, Sauron demanded absolute obedience and the abandonment of all mercy. His subject peoples learned to be cruel or to die, for weakness was not tolerated in his empire. Children were taken from their families to be trained as soldiers. Skilled workers were conscripted to labor in his forges, and any who questioned his commands were made examples that others would remember. The Nazgûl hunted those who wore the Seven Rings. The Dwarf Lords had proven impossible to dominate, as men had been dominated, their stubborn wills resisting the Ring's worst corruption, but Sauron still wanted those rings under his control. The Nazgûl was sent to find the dwarf kingdoms and take the rings by force, and some they succeeded in claiming, though others remained hidden in mountain halls, too deep and too well defended to assault. Word of what was happening in the east reached Lindon through traders and refugees. Gil-galad heard reports of entire kingdoms falling under darkness, of peoples enslaved and cities burned, of evil spreading unchecked through lands where no elven power remained to oppose it. He called councils to discuss what might be done, but the truth was that the elves lacked the strength to challenge Sauron in the east. They had diminished since the First Age and scattered across many realms, while the enemy had concentrated his power in Mordor. The Númenóreans might have opposed Sauron if they had chosen to do so. Their empire bordered his in some regions, and they possessed the military strength to challenge him. But the king's men viewed the Dark Lord as a distant problem that did not concern them, and some even suggested that Sauron's expansion in the east was beneficial since it kept those savage peoples occupied and away from Númenórean territory. The short-sightedness was staggering, but it was real. In Númenor itself, the persecution of the faithful intensified further. The king's men had convinced themselves that the old ways were not merely outdated but actively dangerous, that maintaining friendship with elves somehow weakened the Blessed Isle. Laws were passed forbidding the use of Sindarin in public places, and those caught speaking the elven tongue faced fines or imprisonment. Ships sailing to Linden were searched for contraband, and anyone carrying elven goods was questioned about where they obtained them and why. The faithful retreated to the western regions, where they remained numerous enough to protect one another. In Andoon and the lands around it, they could still speak their language and practice their customs without immediate danger. But even there, they felt the pressure of the king's men closing in, and they wondered how long they would be able to endure. Some began to speak in whispers of leaving Numenor entirely, of finding new homes in Middle-earth where they might live according to their own values. Galadriel received some of these refugees when they came to Middle-earth. She had finally settled in a region's remnant territories after centuries of wandering, and she offered shelter to those Numenorians who rejected what their people had become. They were few in number, but their choice to abandon wealth and power for principle impressed her, and she treated them with honor. By the 31st century, two shadows lay across the world. In the west, Numenor was corrupting from within, its people abandoning the wisdom of their ancestors for pride and cruelty. In the east, Sauron was building an empire of darkness that would eventually challenge all the free peoples. The two shadows did not yet touch, but they were both growing, spreading toward an eventual confrontation that would reshape Middle-earth. The age of peace was long over, and the age of choosing sides was beginning. The 32nd century brought changes that could no longer be ignored even by those who tried hardest to deny them. The Numenorians were dying younger, not drastically at first, but the trend was unmistakable to those who kept records and noted patterns. Men who in earlier generations would have lived for centuries now lived 3, and the span was shortening with each passing decade. The gift that the Valar had granted was being withdrawn, not through any proclamation or curse, but simply by the natural consequence of the path Numenor had chosen. The king's men blamed the elves for this decline. They argued that maintaining contact with the firstborn somehow drained the life from Numenor's people, that immortal beings drew vitality from those around them like parasites. It was nonsense, of course, the desperate theorizing of people who refused to see the obvious connection between their abandonment of wisdom and their diminishing years. But the theory took hold among those who wanted someone to blame other than themselves. The fear of death became an obsession. In earlier times, the Numenorians had accepted mortality with grace, understanding it as the gift of Elvatar that freed men from the weariness of unending existence. But now death appeared only as an enemy to be fought and feared. The approach of age filled even the mighty with terror, and they spent their declining years in desperate attempts to hold on to what was slipping away. The king in those days became consumed with finding ways to extend life beyond its natural span. He gathered physicians and lawmasters and demanded they discover methods of preservation, and when they failed he accused them of withholding knowledge. Some experimented with herbs and potions that promised youth or at least delayed aging, and a few of these compounds worked briefly before their effects faded. The search for immortality through craft became an industry that employed hundreds and produced nothing of lasting value. Tombs became grander than houses. The Numenorians began to pour enormous resources into preparing for death. building elaborate burial chambers and filling them with treasures they believed might be useful in whatever existence followed. The construction of tombs employed more workers than the building of ships or the raising of halls, and the landscape of Numenor became dotted with monuments to the dead that overshadowed the dwellings of the living. The faithful watched these developments with sorrow and spoke against them when they dared. Death was meant as release rather than enemy, they said, and fearing it only made the gift of life bitter. But such talk earned them accusations of defeatism or worse, and many learned to keep their thoughts private. The lords of Anduin maintained their traditions quietly, teaching their children in secret and waiting for better days that seemed increasingly unlikely to come. Meanwhile, in Middle-earth, Sauron's dominion was complete across all the eastern lands. No kingdom remained independent of his control from the Sea of Rhûn to the far south, and his armies numbered in the millions. He had achieved what Morgoth had never managed, bringing virtually all the territories beyond Elven and Númenórean influence under a single dark rule. The Nazgûl commanded his forces and enforced his will, and resistance had been crushed so thoroughly that few even contemplated it anymore. The peoples under his dominion suffered in ways that would have horrified their ancestors. Children knew nothing but slavery and cruelty, having been born into a world where mercy was weakness and kindness was punished. Entire generations grew up believing that Sauron's way was the only way, that power justified everything, and that the strong had no obligations to the weak. The corruption ran so deep that even if the Dark Lord fell, it would take centuries for these peoples to recover anything resembling normal human society. Gil-galad received reports of what was happening in the east, and felt despair threaten him for the first time in millennia. The Free Peoples had saved Eriador, but lost everything beyond it. Sauron commanded more territory and more subjects than he had even at the height of his power in the First Age, and there seemed to be no force in Middle-earth capable of challenging him. The High King looked west toward Númenor, and wondered if the Blessed Isle might still be rallied to the cause. But the reports he received from there were almost as dark as those from the east. Númenor was consuming itself from within, its people divided and fearful, its government hostile to anyone who maintained the old friendship with elves. Even if the king's men could be convinced that Sauron threatened them, Gil-galad doubted they possessed the will or unity to mount an effective response. The white tree weakened further. Some years it barely flowered at all, and its leaves yellowed and fell before autumn came. The few gardeners who still cared for it worked desperately to keep it alive, but they were fighting against more than mere neglect. The tree was bound to the fate of Númenor in ways that went deeper than symbolism, and as the Blessed Isle sickened, so did the tree that grew at its heart. By the year 3300, the decline was impossible to hide. Númenóreans now lived barely 2 centuries, a third of what their ancestors had enjoyed. The fear of death had become so pervasive that people avoided mentioning it in conversation, as if speaking of mortality might hasten its arrival. The young grew up in a culture obsessed with preservation and terrified of loss, and they internalized those fears until they shaped every aspect of their lives. Some fled to Middle-earth permanently. These were mostly faithful who saw no future in Númenor and sought to build new lives in the eastern lands. They settled in regions far from the Empire's havens, places where they might live according to their own values without interference. Elendel's people were prominent among these exiles, and they maintained contact with the lords of Andúni, despite the distances involved. The years passed in this slow darkening. Numenor grew more corrupt and more fearful. Sauron grew stronger and extended his reach. The faithful dwindled in the Blessed Isle. The White Tree faded. And those who remembered what the Second Age had been like in its golden years looked at what it had become and wept for all that had been lost. Ar-Pharazôn took the throne in the 33rd century by force rather than by right. The previous king had been his cousin, a weak man who died without sons, and the succession should have passed to the king's daughter, Miriel. But Ar-Pharazôn would not permit a woman to rule when he believed himself the greatest warrior and commander Numenor had ever produced. He took Miriel as his wife against her will and against all law, seizing the scepter through a marriage that was effectively conquest. None dared oppose him. He commanded the loyalty of the military and the support of the king's men who dominated every institution of power. Those who might have spoken for Miriel's rights found themselves silenced by threats or simply by the knowledge that resistance was futile. Ar-Pharazôn crowned himself with ceremony and declared the beginning of a new age of Númenórean glory. He was magnificent to look upon, tall and strong with golden hair that gave him his epithet. His voice carried across battlefields and his presence commanded attention in any hall. He had distinguished himself in the Empire's wars, leading armies to victory after victory, and he possessed the absolute confidence that comes from never having truly failed at anything he attempted. But his pride was vaster than his abilities. He could not bear the thought that anyone or anything might be greater than himself. The Valar he dismissed as distant powers who had forfeited any right to his respect by restricting where Númenóreans could sail. The elves he viewed as a diminished people living on past glories. Even death itself seemed to him an enemy that could be defeated if only he accumulated enough power and lived long enough. Under his rule, Númenor reached the peak of its physical might. The armies were the largest ever assembled. The fleet numbered thousands of ships, and the wealth flowing into the king's treasury exceeded anything previous monarchs had commanded. The empire stretched across half of Middle-earth's coasts, and the subject peoples numbered in the millions. By every measure of power and dominion, Ar-Pharazôn ruled the greatest kingdom of men the world had ever seen. Yet beneath the splendor was rot. The faithful were hunted more ruthlessly than ever, arrested on the flimsiest pretexts, and imprisoned or executed. The White Tree was openly neglected now, and some in the king's court spoke of cutting it down entirely. The old tongue of the Edain was forbidden under pain of punishment. Anyone who maintained friendship with elves risked being declared a traitor. Word came from the east that Sauron was proclaiming himself king of men. This was intolerable arrogance in Ar-Pharazôn's eyes, for he considered that title his own by right of conquest. The Dark Lord was making demands of tribes that paid tribute to Númenor, claiming sovereignty over lands the Empire controlled. This was not mere defiance, but direct challenge, and the Golden King would not ignore such an insult. His counselors urged caution. Sauron commanded vast armies and ruled from an impregnable fortress in Mordor. War against him would be difficult and costly even for Númenor's might. But Ar-Pharazôn dismissed these concerns with contempt. He declared that he would sail east with such a force that Sauron would kneel or be destroyed, and that the Dark Lord's realm would be added to the Empire. The decision was made, and preparations began immediately. Every shipyard in Numenor and its colonies was set to building vessels for the great armament. Warriors were called up from across the empire and equipped with the finest weapons and armor the forges could produce. Provisions were gathered in quantities sufficient to supply an army of tens of thousands for months at sea and in hostile territory. The faithful watched these preparations with dread. Elendil and the lords of Anduin understood that this was madness, that Pharazôn's pride was driving him toward catastrophe. They spoke in private about what might be done if the king succeeded in his venture. For a Numenor that had conquered Sauron would be even more corrupt and dangerous than one that merely feared death. But if he failed, the consequences might be worse still. The armament grew through 3 years of preparation. The harbors filled with warships, the barracks overflowed with soldiers, and the warehouses bulged with supplies. Pharazôn moved through it all like a conqueror already victorious, planning his triumph before the battle had been fought. He declared that he would accept Sauron's submission if it was offered freely, but he hoped the Dark Lord would resist so that Numenor's strength could be demonstrated in battle. By the year 3361, the fleet was ready. It was the greatest armada that had ever sailed the seas of Middle-earth. Hundreds upon hundreds of ships carrying an army of such size that no force in the world could stand against it. The Golden King looked upon what he had assembled and was satisfied. He would sail east and Sauron would bow, and after that perhaps he would turn his attention to the ban itself and settle that old restriction once and for all. The faithful prayed to the Valar for mercy. They could see what Pharazôn could not, that pride of this magnitude always preceded the fall. But their prayers seemed to go unheard, and the preparations continued without interruption. The fleet would sail when summer came, and with it would sail the fate of Numenor itself. The fleet sailed in the summer of 3361. It departed from every harbour in Numenor simultaneously, the greatest coordinated movement of ships the world had ever witnessed. The sails were so numerous that they covered the sea like a field of white flowers, and the sound of their passage was like thunder rolling across the water. Pharazôn stood at the prow of the lead vessel in golden armour that caught the sun, and he looked east toward his destiny with absolute confidence. They came first to Umbar, where the Empire maintained its greatest southern haven. There the fleet gathered and took on final supplies while the army drilled on the beaches. Local populations were conscripted to serve as guides and porters, and those who showed reluctance were reminded that refusal meant death. The Golden King reviewed his forces and declared them ready for whatever resistance Sauron might offer. The march inland began in autumn. The Númenórean army moved east from Umbar in columns that stretched for miles, their banners bright against the dusty landscape. They passed through territories that nominally belonged to Sauron, and the peoples who dwelt there fled before them or stood by the roadside in stunned silence. None had imagined that such a host could exist, and many who saw it believed the world itself was ending. Word reached Mordor long before the army did. Sauron's spies reported numbers that seemed impossible, describing an invasion force larger than any that had marched in the history of Middle-earth. The Dark Lord called his captains to council, and they debated whether to meet this threat in the field or to retreat behind Mordor's defenses and endure a siege. But Sauron understood what his captains did not. No fortress could withstand the army that was coming, not even Barad-dûr itself, The Númenóreans would besiege his realm and starve it into submission, or they would assault the walls with such overwhelming force that eventually they would break through. He could kill thousands of them before he fell, but fall he would, and death would mean defeat absolute and final. The army reached the Black Gate in the final weeks of the year. They formed their battle lines on the plain before Mordor's entrance, and Ar-Pharazôn sent heralds forward demanding that Sauron come forth and submit. The Golden King expected defiance, even hoped for it, but what happened surprised him. Sauron came. The Dark Lord walked out through the Black Gate alone, without guards or weapons, and he approached the Númenórean lines with hands empty and head bowed. He declared that he had witnessed the might of Númenor and recognized that resistance was futile. He would submit to Ar-Pharazôn and acknowledge him as the greatest of all kings if the Golden King would spare his realm and his people. The Númenórean army stood ready for battle and found none. Warriors who had trained for months and sailed across the ocean for this moment watched in confusion as their enemies surrendered without a blow struck. Some were disappointed while others were relieved, but all were uncertain what this submission meant. Ar-Pharazôn accepted the surrender with suspicion. He did not trust Sauron's sudden capitulation, and he suspected some trap or deception. But the Dark Lord had come alone and unarmed. His armies had remained behind their walls, and there seemed no immediate danger. The Golden King declared that Sauron would return with him to Númenor as a hostage for his realm's good behavior. Sauron agreed to this without protest. He said he would come willingly to the Blessed Isle and serve Ar-Pharazôn in whatever capacity the king desired. His only request was that his servants be permitted to maintain Mordor in his absence, and this was granted. The Dark Lord walked into captivity as calmly as if he were going to a feast. The return journey began in the new year. The Númenórean army marched back to Umbar with their prisoner in their midst, and Sauron travelled in chains, though his demeanour suggested he wore them by choice rather than compulsion. He spoke courteously to his captors and answered questions about Mordor's defences and resources, providing information that seemed valuable, though some among the Númenóreans wondered if it was true. The fleet sailed west, with spring winds filling their sails. Ar-Pharazôn stood at the prow as he had on the outward journey, but his satisfaction was incomplete. He had achieved victory without battle, had humbled the Dark Lord without losing a single warrior, yet something felt wrong about the whole affair. Sauron had surrendered to Isli, had come to willingly, and the Golden King could not shake the feeling that he had been outmaneuvered in some way he did not yet understand. The faithful in Númenor heard that Sauron was coming and were horrified. Elendil and the lords of Anduin understood immediately what the Dark Lord intended. He had lost the military contest, but was turning defeat into opportunity, exchanging Mordor's limited reach for access to the heart of Númenor's power. What he could not take by force, he would take by corruption, working from within to destroy what he could never have defeated from without. They sent warnings to Ar-Pharazôn, but were ignored. The Golden King dismissed their concerns as cowardice and jealousy, the complaints of those who resented his victory. He declared that Sauron would be kept under guard and prevented from causing any harm, and that the faithful should mind their own affairs rather than questioning their king's judgment. The fleet arrived in Númenor's harbours in midsummer. The people lined the shores to witness their king's triumph, and they cheered when they saw Sauron in chains. Here was proof of Númenor's greatness, that even the Dark Lord of Mordor had been forced to submit. Ar-Pharazôn led his prisoner through the streets in a parade that lasted all day, and the prisoner walked with head bowed as if in shame. But those who looked closely at Sauron's face saw something that troubled them. The Dark Lord wore the expression of one who had achieved exactly what he intended, and his eyes held neither defeat nor submission. He looked at Númenor with the gaze of someone surveying territory he meant to claim, and in that moment the wise understood that the victory was not what it appeared to be. Sauron was kept under guard at first, confined to chambers in the king's palace where his movements could be watched. Ar-Pharazôn visited him there to question him about Mordor's resources and the eastern lands, and the Dark Lord answered every question with courtesy and apparent honesty. He praised the Golden King's wisdom and strength, speaking of Númenor's glory in terms that flattered without seeming obsequious. The guards reported that the prisoner was no trouble. He remained in his chambers, reading the books provided to him, eating the food brought to him, showing no signs of attempting escape or causing disturbance. Some among them began to feel almost sorry for him, this fallen lord who had been brought so low by Númenor's might. Within months, Ar-Pharazôn was visiting Sauron daily. The conversations grew longer and ranged more widely, touching on questions of governance and power and the nature of authority. The Dark Lord revealed himself to be a remarkable counselor, offering insights that the king found valuable and advice that seemed to produce good results when implemented. Slowly, the Golden King began to rely on this counsel and to seek it out even when not strictly necessary. The restrictions on Sauron's movements were gradually relaxed. He was permitted to walk in the palace gardens under guard, then to attend certain court functions where his perspective might be useful. Within a year of his arrival, he was effectively a member of the king's inner circle, though officially still a prisoner and hostage. The courtiers who opposed this arrangement found themselves outmaneuvered. Sauron had a gift for discovering what each person wanted most and suggesting subtle ways they might achieve it. Those who distrusted him were won over or marginalized, finding their influence waning, while those who accepted the Dark Lord's counsel prospered. The court became divided between those who saw him as a valuable resource and those who recognized him for what he was. The faithful watched in horror as Sauron's influence grew. They could see the corruption spreading like rot from the king's court outward into the wider society, but they were powerless to stop it. Any who spoke against the Dark Lord found themselves accused of treason or cowardice, and several among the faithful were arrested simply for suggesting that Sauron remained dangerous. The counsel Sauron offered seemed reasonable on its surface. He suggested that Númenor's fear of death came from viewing mortality as a natural condition rather than as an imposition that might be overthrown. He spoke of the Valar not as benevolent powers, but as jealous beings who hoarded immortality for themselves and their favorites. He argued that the ban was not protection, but imprisonment, keeping the Númenorians from claiming what was rightfully theirs. Ar-Pharazôn listened and found these arguments persuasive. They confirmed suspicions he had harbored for years and gave voice to resentments he had never quite articulated. The Dark Lord made the king's pride seem like wisdom and his defiance seem like courage. Under that influence, the Golden King began to speak openly against the Valar in ways that would have been unthinkable in earlier times. The change in Númenor's official position happened gradually but unmistakably. Where once the powers had been respected even by the king's men, now they were questioned and criticized. Their gifts were reinterpreted as chains, their restrictions as insults. The rhetoric from the palace grew more extreme with each passing season. Sauron suggested changes to how Numenor was governed. He advised Ar-Pharazôn to centralize authority more completely, to eliminate councils that might question royal decisions, to place trusted loyalists in every position of significance. The Golden King implemented these suggestions and found his power growing even as dissent became more dangerous. The persecution of the faithful intensified. New laws were passed restricting their movements and activities, requiring them to report regularly to authorities, forbidding them from gathering in groups larger than a few families. Their property was subject to search without cause, and their correspondence was opened and read. Many fled to Anduin or to the western regions, where they still had some protection, but even there they felt the pressure increasing. By the year 3370, Sauron was no longer treated as a prisoner. He moved freely through the palace and the city, accompanied by guards who served more as escorts than as jailers. He attended all important councils, and his voice carried weight in every significant decision. Ar-Pharazôn referred to him openly as a valued counselor and friend. The white tree withered visibly. Its leaves fell early and did not regrow, and its branches began to die back from the tips. The few who still tended it worked desperately to keep it alive, but they were fighting against more than mere neglect. The tree's fate was bound to Numenor's, and as the Blessed Isle sickened, so did the living symbol of its covenant with the Valar. Some who had initially supported bringing Sauron to Numenor began to have doubts. They could see how much had changed in just a few years, how the atmosphere in the court had grown darker and more suspicious. But speaking such doubts aloud was dangerous now, and most who felt them kept silent. The Dark Lord achieved in years what would have taken armies decades to accomplish. He had come to Numenor in chains, and now he walked its halls in freedom, whispering poison in the king's ear and turning the Blessed Isle against everything it had been founded upon. The corruption was spreading and would soon reach depths from which there could be no recovery. Ar-Pharazôn's heart turned completely in those years. Whatever remnant of the old Númenórean wisdom had survived in him was extinguished by Sauron's constant counsel, replaced by a worldview in which power justified everything and mercy was weakness. The Golden King began to speak of the Valar with open contempt, calling them tyrants who had stolen immortality from men and hidden it away in the West where none could claim it. Sauron encouraged this evolution with careful guidance. He never pushed too far or suggested anything so extreme that Ar-Pharazôn would reject it outright. Instead, he would plant ideas and let the king believe he had reached conclusions independently, offering approval when the Golden King expressed thoughts that the Dark Lord had carefully cultivated in him. The persecution of the faithful became systematic rather than sporadic. Lists were compiled of all families known to maintain the old ways, and these people found themselves subject to constant harassment. Their businesses failed when customers were warned away by authorities. Their children were denied positions in schools and guilds. Their movements were tracked and their visitors noted in records that were kept for purposes left ominously vague. Many fled to the western parts of Númenor, where the faithful remained numerous enough to protect one another. Unduni became a refuge for those escaping persecution. Its lord still commanded enough respect and possessed sufficient noble blood that the king's men hesitated to move against him openly. But the pressure was building, and everyone knew it was only a matter of time before even that protection failed. Elendil gathered those closest to him and spoke of what must be prepared. The time was coming, he said, when remaining in Numenor would no longer be possible for those who kept faith with the old ways. They must be ready to leave when that moment arrived, must have ships prepared and supplies gathered, must know where they would go and how they would survive. His sons Isildur and Anarion listened and began making quiet preparations. The king's men grew bolder in their rhetoric. Where once they had simply criticized the Valar, now they spoke of the powers as enemies who must eventually be confronted and overcome. The ban was no longer merely unjust, but intolerable, an insult that demanded redress. Some began to speak openly of mounting an expedition west to claim by force what had been denied them by decree. Sauron fed these ideas carefully. He suggested that the Valar's power came not from any inherent superiority, but simply from their control of the undying lands. If men could reach those shores, they would find the source of immortality waiting to be taken. And the powers would be revealed as frauds who had hidden behind distance and prohibition. The argument was absurd to anyone who understood the true nature of things, but it resonated with people desperate to believe that death could be escaped. The white tree was dying, and now no one even pretended to tend it. The branches were bare and brittle, and the trunk showed signs of rot spreading from damaged bark. Some among the faithful tried to care for it in secret, but they risked arrest if caught, and the tree's decline continued unchecked. Arrests became more frequent. People disappeared from their homes in the night and were not seen again. Some eventually emerged from the king's dungeons, broken and changed, speaking against the faithful and praising Ar-Pharazôn's wisdom. Others simply vanished entirely, and their families never learned what became of them. The economy of Numenor shifted toward preparation for some great but undefined purpose. Shipyards that had been building trading vessels were converted to producing warships. Forges that had made tools and implements now focused on weapons and armor. Vast storehouses were built and filled with provisions, and when people asked what they were for, they received no clear answer. Sauron moved through all of this, like a conductor guiding an orchestra towards some climactic crescendo. He was present at every important decision, and his influence shaped every policy. Yet he remained technically a prisoner and hostage, never giving orders directly, but always available to offer counsel when the king or his ministers sought it. By the year 3300, Ar-Pharazôn was speaking openly of challenging the ban. Not immediately, for preparations were not yet complete, but soon. The time was coming when Numenor would sail west in force and take what the Valar had unjustly denied them. The rhetoric had moved beyond complaint into open defiance. The faithful who remained in Numenor proper lived in constant fear. They kept their beliefs private and taught their children in whispers, always aware that any neighbor might be an informant and any conversation might be reported. The joy had gone out of their lives, replaced by the grim determination to endure until either circumstances changed or escape became possible. Elendil's house made its preparations more urgently. Ships were quietly provisioned and hidden in coves where they would not be noticed. Loyal followers were identified and told to be ready to move at short notice. Contact was maintained with the lords who remained in Andoon, coordinating plans for what would need to happen when the final crisis came. The crisis was coming. Everyone could feel it approaching like a storm building on the horizon. Ar-Pharazôn's rhetoric grew more extreme. Sauron's influence grew more complete. The persecution of the faithful grew more savage. All of it was moving toward some culmination that would change everything. The darkness that had begun as whispered counsel in the king's chamber had spread across the Blessed Isle like plague. Númenor was no longer recognizable as the realm the Valar had raised for the Edan, and it would never be that realm again. The only question remaining was how complete the catastrophe would be when it finally came. Sauron spoke to Ar-Pharazôn of old powers that had been forgotten. He told the king of Melkor, greatest of all the Valar, before he was cast down by his jealous brethren, the one who had understood that power belonged to those strong enough to claim it, rather than to those who happened to be first made. The Dark Lord described his former master in terms that made rebellion seem noble and tyranny seem like justice, and Ar-Pharazôn listened with growing interest. The Valar had imprisoned Melkor, Sauron explained, not because he was evil, but because he threatened their monopoly on power. They had cast him into the void beyond the world, not as punishment for any true crime, but simply to eliminate a rival who refused to accept their authority. In telling this version of history to someone eager to believe it, the Dark Lord found a willing audience. Why should the Númenóreans worship the Valar who restricted them and denied them immortality? Why bow to powers who had shown themselves more concerned with maintaining their own position than with the welfare of those they claimed to care for? Better to honor the one who had defied unjust authority, who had refused to submit to those who claimed superiority merely by accident of creation. The idea took root in Ar-Pharazôn's mind and grew there. He began to speak of Melkor, not as the enemy, but as a misunderstood figure who had been destroyed for challenging an unjust order. The rhetoric spread through the court as the king's views always did, and soon ministers and nobles were echoing the same thoughts. Sauron suggested that a temple should be raised, not to worship Melkor exactly, for he was beyond reach in the void, but to honor his memory and the principles he represented. A place where those who valued strength over submission could gather and acknowledge truths that the Valar wanted hidden. Ar-Pharazôn embraced the proposal and commanded that such a temple be built. The site chosen was near the king's palace, on a hill where the structure would dominate the skyline. Work began immediately with conscripted labor. Thousands of workers drafted to build something they did not understand. The design came from Sauron's specifications, a massive domed building of dark stone with no windows. A place meant to evoke power and dread rather than peace or reverence. The faithful watched the construction with horror. They understood what this meant in ways the king's men did not. Recognized that worshipping Melkor was not merely rejecting the Valar, but embracing everything the powers stood against. Some among them spoke of leaving Númenor immediately, but Elendil counseled patience a while longer, arguing that fleeing now would only draw attention and that they must wait for the right moment. The temple rose through seasons of building. Its walls were thick and its dome was vast, and the interior was designed as a single enormous chamber where thousands could gather. At its center, a pit was dug deep into the earth, and around that pit was raised an altar of black stone. The purpose of both would become clear soon enough. The king's men who understood what they were building felt pride in the work. Here was proof of Numenor's independence, visible rejection of the powers who had restricted them, but those who labored on the construction felt something else, an unease that grew stronger as the building took shape, as if the structure itself radiated wrongness that infected all who came near it. The temple was completed in the 33rd 108th year. Ar-Pharazôn held a great ceremony to dedicate it, speaking of a new age for Numenor, when the people would no longer cringe before distant powers, but would honor strength and courage. Sauron stood beside the king throughout, and those who looked closely could see satisfaction in the Dark Lord's expression. What happened in the temple was not spoken of openly at first. Those who attended the ceremonies were sworn to silence, and they kept that oath either from conviction or from fear. But eventually word leaked out, carried by servants and workers who had witnessed things they could not keep to themselves. Sacrifices were being made, not of animals, as in the old traditions, but of people. Prisoners taken from among the faithful or from subject populations in Middle-earth were brought to the temple and killed on the altar. Their blood poured into the pit while prayers were offered to Melkor. The justification given was that such offerings strengthened Numenor and weakened its enemies, but the truth was simpler and darker. Ar-Pharazôn had been taught by Sauron to enjoy cruelty. The sacrifices fed something in the king that had always been there, but had been awakened and nurtured by the Dark Lord's counsel. The king's men who participated convinced themselves they were performing necessary acts for the realm's benefit, but they were simply learning to murder and call it righteousness. The horror spread outward from the temple like infection. Those who attended the ceremonies changed, becoming harder and more cruel, losing whatever compassion they might once have possessed. The king's men, who had been merely proud and misguided, became willing participants in atrocity, and they brought that willingness into their other duties. The faithful began to disappear more frequently. Many were arrested on false charges and never seen again, and their families understood what had happened even if they never received confirmation. The temple required victims, and the faithful were convenient targets, people who could be eliminated without protest from those who mattered to the king. Elendil made his final preparations. The time was near when remaining in Numenor would mean death, and he would not wait until it was too late. Ships were readied in secret harbors. Loyal followers were told to be prepared to move at any moment. Contact was maintained with scattered groups of faithful across the island, coordinating plans for simultaneous departures when the signal came. The temple stood as a monument to how far Numenor had fallen, in a place raised by the Valar as reward for faithfulness. The people now worshipped the enemy who had sought to destroy everything good in the world. The transformation was complete. The Blessed Isle had become cursed. The hunt for the faithful became systematic in the years after the temple's completion. Lists were published of families suspected of maintaining the old ways, and rewards were offered for information leading to their arrest. Neighbors informed on neighbors, and servants betrayed masters, not always from conviction, but often from fear of being accused themselves. The atmosphere of suspicion poisoned every relationship until no one could be certain who might be watching or listening. Those who could reach Ravenna did so. This was the eastern port where Elendil had concentrated his preparations, where ships could be provisioned and hidden in coves along the rugged coastline. The faithful gathered there in growing numbers through 3310 and 11, abandoning homes they had occupied for generations because remaining meant death. They came with what possessions they could carry and grief for what they left behind. Anduni still provided some protection, but even that was failing. The king's men grew bolder in their demands that the lords of that house renounce their friendship with elves and embrace the new order. When those demands were refused, the persecution extended even to the nobility. Some among Elendil's house were arrested on fabricated charges, and though they were eventually released, the message was clear that no one was beyond reach. The temple's ceremonies grew more elaborate and more terrible. What had begun as occasional sacrifices became regular events, scheduled with the precision of any state function. Prisoners were brought in groups to feed the insatiable appetite that Sauron had cultivated in his worshippers, and those who attended the ceremonies numbered in the hundreds now rather than the select few who had been present at the beginning. Ar-Pharazôn aged visibly despite all efforts to prevent it. His hair that had been golden was turning grey, and his face showed lines that had not been there a decade before. The fear of death consumed him entirely, driving him to ever more desperate measures. Sauron whispered constantly of the immortality waiting in the west, of how it could be claimed if only the king had the courage to take it. The white tree stood skeletal and dying in the king's court. Its branches were bare and brittle, and the rot had spread through most of the trunk. It remained alive in some technical sense, but it no longer flowered, and its leaves had not grown back for years. Some among the faithful watched it with sorrow, understanding that its fate mirrored Numenor's own decline. The madness was no longer confined to the court or the temple. It spread through the population like fever, manifesting in random violence and irrational fears. People saw plots everywhere and enemies in every shadow. Minor disputes escalated into feuds that ended in murder. The social bonds that held civilization together were fraying, and what would remain when they snapped completely was unclear. Sauron moved through this chaos like a man walking through a garden he had planted and tended to perfection. Everything was proceeding as he had planned from the moment he surrendered at the Black Gate. Numenor was destroying itself from within, and the Dark Lord had barely needed to push, merely to suggest and encourage tendencies that had always been present but dormant. In Ravenna, Elendil made his final accounting. He had 7 ships prepared and provisioned, enough to carry perhaps 2,000 people if they packed tightly and travelled light. There were more than 2,000 faithful who wanted to escape, but there was no possibility of preparing more ships without drawing attention. Choices would have to be made about who could come and who must be left behind. The decision was agonizing. Elendil established criteria that were as fair as possible under the circumstances, prioritizing families with children and those whose skills would be needed for establishing new settlements. But no criteria could make the choice anything other than terrible. Deciding who would have a chance at survival and who would remain to face whatever doom was approaching. Word came from the palace that Ar-Pharazôn was planning something enormous. The shipyards that had been working for years were nearing completion of a project whose scale beggared belief. Those who worked there spoke in whispers of hundreds of warships, provisions for an army of tens of thousands, weapons and armor in quantities sufficient to equip the largest force Numenor had ever fielded. The destination was not officially announced, but everyone understood it could only be the West. The faithful understood what this meant. Ar-Pharazôn intended to assault Valinor itself, to break the ban by force and claim the immortality he believed was being withheld from him. It was madness beyond anything they had imagined, an act of such monumental hubris that even the corrupted Númenóreans should have seen it as suicide. But the Golden King was beyond reason now, his mind poisoned by years of Sauron's counsel. Elendil gathered his family and closest followers in secret. The time was very near, he told them. When Ar-Pharazôn's fleet sailed west, they must sail east immediately, for whatever followed that voyage would be catastrophic. They must be ready to move at a moment's notice, with nothing but what they could carry to the ships in a single night. The persecution reached new heights in those final years. The king's men seemed to sense that time was running short, and they intensified their efforts to eliminate the faithful entirely. Arrests happened daily, and the temple's demand for victims seemed inexhaustible. Those who remained in the western regions lived in constant terror, knowing that any day might bring soldiers to their doors. By 3316, the Blessed Isle was unrecognizable as the place that Valar had raised for the Edain. It had become a nightmare realm where cruelty was celebrated and mercy was punished, where the innocent were murdered in temples and the guilty prospered in palaces. The transformation was complete and the reckoning was near. The building had been underway for years, but now it accelerated to a pace that bordered on frenzy. Every shipyard in Númenor worked day and night, their forges blazing and hammers ringing without pause. The workers were driven to exhaustion and then driven further, replacements brought in when men collapsed at their stations. Sleep became a luxury that few could afford, and rest was considered weakness. The fleet that took shape was beyond anything the world had seen. Not hundreds of ships, but thousands. Vessels of every size, from swift scouts to massive warships capable of carrying hundreds of warriors. The harbors filled until there was no more room, and ships had to be anchored in rows offshore, their masts forming a forest that stretched to the horizon. Ar-Pharazôn commanded that no expense be spared and no effort withheld. He wanted a fleet so vast that the Valar themselves would tremble at its approach, an armament that could not be turned back by any power in Ea. The shipwrights protested that what he demanded was impossible, and he had them replaced with others who promised to deliver what their predecessors said could not be done. The provisioning alone was a task that staggered comprehension. Hundreds of warehouses were built and filled with supplies sufficient to sustain an army at sea for months. Grain and dried meat, water casks by the thousands, weapons and armor for every warrior, medical supplies and tools, rope and sailcloth. Everything an expedition might need was gathered in quantities that emptied the island's stores. The Golden King's obsession with the project was total. He spent his days inspecting shipyards and reviewing preparations, driving everyone involved to work faster and produce more. His nights were spent with Sauron planning the assault, discussing tactics and routes and how best to approach the shores of the Undying Lands. The Dark Lord encouraged every excess and fed every delusion, speaking always of the triumph that awaited. By 3317, the construction was entering its final phase. The last ships were being completed and the provisioning was nearly done. Ar-Pharazôn began to speak openly of departure, saying that when the next summer came, the fleet would sail and Numenor would claim what had been denied it. The king's men cheered this announcement, while the faithful who heard it felt ice in their hearts. The ban was to be broken by force. Ar-Pharazôn would sail west with an army so large that even the powers could not stop it, would land on the shores of Valinor and march to where the Valar dwelt, would demand the gift of immortality and take it if it was not freely given. This was the plan spoken aloud in the palace, and those who heard it understood they were witnessing madness that would end in catastrophe. Sauron played his part perfectly. He expressed doubts occasionally, just sufficient to make Ar-Pharazôn more determined, praising the king's courage while suggesting small concerns that the Golden King would then dismiss with greater declarations of resolve. The Dark Lord shaped every conversation toward the outcome he desired, and the king believed every decision was his own. The army that would sail with the fleet was assembled from across the empire. Warriors came from every colony and subject territory, some volunteers eager for glory, but many conscripts who had no choice. They gathered in camps around the harbors and were drilled endlessly, trained for combat that would be unlike anything they had experienced before. Their commanders told them they would be fighting gods, and they must be, ready for battles that would determine the fate of the world. The faithful in Ravenna watched the preparations and knew their time was running short. Elendil's ships were ready, and his people were gathered, waiting for the signal that would send them fleeing east while Ar-Pharazôn sailed west. The two fleets would pass each other in the night, one sailing toward doom and the other toward uncertain survival. Word came in early 319 that the fleet was complete. Every ship was built and provisioned. Every warrior was equipped and ready. Every detail had been attended to. Ar-Pharazôn declared that they would sail in midsummer when the weather was most favorable. The date was set and the countdown began. The atmosphere in Numenor grew even more oppressive. Everyone understood that something momentous was approaching, that the Blessed Isle stood at a threshold beyond which nothing would be the same. Some felt excitement at the prospect of claiming immortality, while others felt dread at what challenging the Valar might bring. But no one doubted that change was coming. The king's men held ceremonies at the temple, invoking Melkor's blessing on the expedition. Sacrifices were made with increased frequency, prisoners brought to the altar daily rather than weekly. The justification was that the voyage required supernatural favor and only blood could purchase it, but the reality was simpler and darker. The participants had become addicted to cruelty and needed excuses to indulge their appetites. Ar-Pharazôn stood on the cliffs above the harbor and looked at the fleet he had assembled. Thousands of ships, tens of thousands of warriors, provisions beyond measure. He had built an armament worthy of challenging the powers themselves, had created through force of will something that would be remembered for all ages. The pride he felt was absolute and unshakable. Sauron stood beside him and smiled. Everything had proceeded exactly as planned. Numenor would destroy itself attempting the impossible, and the Dark Lord would escape the catastrophe he had engineered. His body might be lost in what was coming, but his spirit would endure, and when the dust settled, he would return to Mordor and resume the work of domination. The greatest kingdom of men would be eliminated without him having to fight a single battle. The final months before departure were chaos barely contained. Last preparations were made and remade. Warriors said farewell to families they would never see again. Ships were inspected and re-inspected. The king's men spoke of triumph, while the faithful spoke only in whispers and waited for the moment when they could flee. Summer approached. The fleet stood ready. The army waited to board, and Numenor stood on the edge of the abyss it had built for itself, about to step forward into the darkness that would swallow it entirely. The command came from the palace in the spring of 3319. The white tree was to be cut down. Ar-Pharazôn declared it a symbol of submission that had no place in a Numenor about to assert its dominion over the powers themselves. And Sauron spoke gentle agreement that such a gesture would demonstrate the king's resolve. The order was given to the palace guard, and they prepared axes for the work. Word reached Elendil in Ravenna before the axes fell. His heart broke at the news, but his mind worked quickly, for he understood what this meant and what must be done. The tree was doomed, but it need not perish entirely, for it bore fruit that might be saved. He called his son Isildur to him and spoke of what was needed. And the young man listened and accepted the task without hesitation, despite understanding the danger. Isildur went to Armanellos alone. He travelled at night and kept two paths that avoided the main roads, for the faithful were hunted now, and any who recognized him might turn him over to the king's men. He reached the city before dawn and hid himself in a garden near the palace, waiting for darkness to fall again so he could make his attempt. The tree stood in the king's court behind walls and gates, guarded by soldiers loyal to Ar-Pharazôn. Getting to it would require stealth and speed, and getting away afterward would require even more of both. But Isildur had inherited his father's courage and his ancestor Elros's determination, and he did not flinch from what must be done. He went over the wall when the moon set and the darkness was deepest. The guards were there, but they were watching outward for intruders rather than inward at the tree they were meant to protect. Isildur moved between their patrols like a shadow and reached the white tree without raising alarm. The tree was dying. Its branches were bare and brittle, its trunk showing rot from years of neglect. But among the dead wood he found what he sought, a single cluster of fruit hanging from a high branch. He climbed carefully, the wood creaking under his weight, and he plucked the fruit and placed it inside his shirt where it would be protected. The branch broke. The sound was sharp in the silent courtyard, and the guards turned toward it immediately. Isildur leaped down and ran for the wall he had scaled, but they were faster than he expected, and they caught him before he could climb over. Hands grabbed at him, and he fought free, but a blade caught his arm and opened a wound that bled freely. He broke away and scrambled over the wall with the guards shouting behind him. They pursued, but he knew the city better than they did, having spent his youth exploring it, and he lost them in the narrow streets. The wound was deep but not fatal, and he bound it as he ran, making for the eastern gate and the road that would take him to the coast. The alarm spread through Armanellos. The king's men were roused and search parties were organized, for Ar-Pharazôn was furious that someone had dared to trespass in his court. They looked for Isildur, but he was already beyond the city walls, running through the countryside toward Ravenna with the fruit, pressed against his chest, and his blood marking a trail that the darkness concealed. He reached his father's house 3 days later, exhausted and feverish from the wound, but he had succeeded. Elendil took the fruit and saw that it was whole and viable, and he wept with relief and pride. The white tree would endure, even if only as a sapling planted in exile, and the covenant it represented would not be completely broken. The theft had consequences that rippled outward. Ar-Pharazôn ordered a thorough search for the thief, and rewards were posted for information leading to his capture. The descriptions circulated matched Isildur closely enough that remaining in Numenor became impossible for Elendor's house. The time had come to flee, regardless of whether all preparations were complete. Word went out to the faithful in Ravenna and the surrounding regions. The ships would sail in 3 days. Anyone who wished to escape must come to the hidden coves by nightfall of the 3rd day or be left behind. It was an impossible deadline, but it was all the time they had. For the king's men were closing in, and delay would mean capture. Chaos erupted among the faithful. Families dropped everything and fled toward the coast, carrying what possessions they could and abandoning the rest. Some had to travel for days to reach Ravenna, and they moved by night and hid by day, terrified of being caught. The king's men saw the movement and understood something was happening, but they could not stop it all at once. Elendel's 7 ships were loaded frantically. 2,000 people crowded onto vessels designed for perhaps 1,500, packing into every available space. Supplies were stacked to the ceilings of the holds and lashed to the decks. Livestock and precious possessions were brought aboard until the ships sat dangerously low in the water. Others came too late. They arrived at the coast to find the ships already departing, sails raised and oars pulling them away from shore. Some waded into the water, crying for the vessels to return, but Elendil could not risk it, for the king's men were coming, and remaining even another hour would mean capture. Those left behind watched the ships disappear into the eastern darkness and knew they were doomed. The fleet sailed into the night with what they had saved. 9 ships total, counting 2 that had been prepared by other faithful families, carrying perhaps 3,000 people between them. It was a fraction of those who had wanted to escape, but it was all that could be managed. They sailed east toward Middle-earth and uncertain futures, leaving behind the blessed isle that had become cursed. Behind them, in Ar-Menelaos, Ar-Pharazôn carried out his plan. The white tree was cut down by axes wielded by the king's men, and its wood was brought to the temple where it was burned on the altar as a sacrifice to Melkor. The smoke rose, black and thick, and those who smelled it felt something final had been crossed, some last boundary that separated folly from catastrophe. The great fleet sailed in midsummer when the weather was fair and the winds favorable. Every harbor in Numenor emptied on the same day, thousands of ships moving west in a coordinated departure that had been planned for months. The sails covered the ocean so completely that from shore it seemed the sea itself had turned white, and the sound of their passage was like distant thunder that never ceased. Ar-Pharazôn stood at the prow of the lead vessel in his golden armor, and he looked west toward his destiny with absolute conviction. He had assembled a force that no power in Ea could stand against, had brought together an army and a fleet that would be remembered until the world ended. The Valar would bow or they would be swept aside, and either way Numenor would claim what had been denied it. Sauron stood beside the king and said nothing. The Dark Lord had achieved everything he intended and more, had corrupted the greatest realm of men beyond any hope of recovery and turned its strength against the powers themselves. When the catastrophe came, he would lose his fair form, but his spirit would endure. and that was a price worth paying for the destruction of Numenor. The fleet sailed for days across empty ocean. The ban had always turned ships back before they reached the undying lands, drowning them or driving them mad or simply making them vanish without trace. But this fleet was too vast to drown and too determined to turn aside, and it pressed forward through waters that no mortal vessel had crossed since the world was made. Then the storm broke. Not a natural storm, but something else. Winds that howled with voices and waves that rose higher than the tallest masts. The fleet struggled through it, with Ar-Pharazôn commanding his captains to hold course, and somehow the vessels survived what should have destroyed them. They emerged into calm waters under strange stars and saw ahead of them a shore that glowed with light unlike anything in Middle-earth. They had reached Aemon. The undying lands lay before them with their mountains and forests visible in the distance, and the light of the two trees still lingered there, though the trees themselves had been destroyed ages ago. It was the most beautiful sight any of them had ever witnessed, and the most terrible, for they knew they were seeing what no mortal was meant to see. Ar-Pharazôn commanded the fleet to land. They came ashore on beaches of white sand under the light of that sacred glow, and the Númenórean army disembarked with weapons ready and hearts full of determination. They had crossed the forbidden waters and survived the storm, and now they would claim their prize. The Golden King spoke words of defiance on that shore. He declared that Númenor had come to take what was rightfully theirs, that the Valar had no authority to deny men the immortality they desired. He called on the powers to come forth and submit or be overthrown, and his voice carried across the empty beach. The Valar did not come. Instead, they laid down their guardianship of the world and called upon Ilúvatar himself, and the one answered in ways that no one could have anticipated. The earth shook, the sky darkened, and from the west came a wall of water that rose higher than mountains. The wave fell upon Númenor. It came across the ocean like the end of all things, a moving mountain of water that covered the horizon. Those who remained on the blessed isle saw it approaching and understood that death was upon them, and there was nothing they could do but wait for it to arrive. The island drowned. The wave swept over Númenor from west to east, crushing everything in its path, and the land that the Valar had raised from the sea sank back beneath the waters as if it had never been. Mountains were flattened, and valleys filled, and cities were reduced to rubble in moments. Every harbour and every temple, every palace and every home, all of it vanished beneath the flood. Millions died. The king's men who had persecuted the faithful perished with those they had oppressed. The innocent and guilty together swept away by waters that made no distinction. Some tried to reach high ground and were caught anyway, while others simply gave up and waited for the end. The blessed isle that had endured for 3,000 years ceased to exist in less than a day. In Aemon, Ar-Pharazôn and his army were buried. The land opened beneath them and swallowed them whole, and they were entombed in caves under the mountains where they would remain until the world's ending. The Golden King who had challenged the Valar was preserved in his pride and his armor, and he would wait through all the ages in darkness until the final battle. Sauron's body was destroyed in the catastrophe. The Dark Lord stood on the shore when the earth opened and his fair form was consumed, dissolved by forces he could not resist. But his spirit endured, as he had known it would, fleeing east across the collapsing world toward Mordor, where his power was anchored. He had lost the ability to take fair form, but he remained, diminished but not destroyed. 9 ships escaped the drowning. Elendil's fleet was far to the east when the wave came, sailing away from Numenor rather than toward Amun, and they survived because of that distance. They saw the darkness cover the western sky and felt the earth shake beneath the sea, and they knew without being told that the blessed isle was gone. The world itself changed in that cataclysm. Where before it had been flat with Amun removed from the circles of the world, but still reachable by determined sailors, now it was made round. The undying lands were taken away entirely, placed beyond any path that mortals could follow. Only the elves could find the straight road that led west to Valinor, and they would sail it in ages to come while men remained bound to the bent world. The survivors looked back toward where Numenor had been and saw only empty ocean. The island that had been their home was gone as completely as if it had never existed, and with it went everything they had known. They had escaped with their lives and little else, and now they must find new homes in Middle-earth and build new lives from the ruins. The Second Age's greatest kingdom was destroyed. The Edain, who had been rewarded for faithfulness in the First Age, had thrown away their gifts through pride and folly, and they had paid the ultimate price. The survivors carried that knowledge with them, the understanding that even the blessed could fall if they abandoned wisdom for ambition. They would remember, they would teach their children, and they would try to build something better from what remained. The storm that followed the downfall was beyond anything the survivors had experienced. Winds screamed across the ocean with force enough to tear sails from their rigging, and waves rose and fell in patterns that made no sense, as if the sea itself had forgotten how to behave. The 9 ships were scattered across leagues of water, each one fighting for survival alone, unable to see or help the others. Elendil's vessel rode the chaos through skill and luck in equal measure. The crew worked without rest to keep the ship afloat, bailing water and repairing damage as fast as it occurred. Those who could not help with the sailing huddled below decks and prayed to whatever powers might still listen, and some of them wept for Numenor, while others simply held their children and waited to see if they would live or die. The darkness was absolute. The sun did not rise for 3 days, or perhaps it rose, but could not penetrate the unnatural gloom that covered the world. They sailed blind through waters gone mad, trusting to instinct and seamanship, and they had no way of knowing if they were moving east toward Middle-earth or west toward the abyss where Numenor had been. On the 4th day the storm began to ease. The winds calmed to merely dangerous rather than catastrophic, and the waves diminished until they were high but not impossible. The darkness lifted gradually until they could see the sun again, though it looked strange to them now, as if the world's remaking had changed even the quality of light. They found 2 other ships within a day of the storm's ending. The vessels had survived but were damaged, their sails torn and their crews exhausted. One had lost a dozen people when a wave swept across the deck, and the other reported damage below the waterline that they were barely keeping ahead of. But they lived, and their ships still floated, and that was more than anyone had dared hope. Over the following weeks they found 4 more vessels. One was in good condition, having somehow weathered the storm with minimal damage, while 2 others were barely seaworthy and had to be towed. The sixth ship they found, drifting with its crew, too weak from hunger and thirst to man the oars, and they had to transfer people to other vessels to make room for supplies that would keep everyone alive. Two ships were never found. Whether they sank during the storm or sailed off course and were lost in unknown waters, no one could say. 600 people had been aboard those vessels, families and friends who had escaped Numenor only to perish in the sea. The survivors mourned them but could not afford extended grief, for staying alive required every bit of attention and energy they possessed. They sailed east by the sun and stars. Navigation was difficult because the world had changed and the old charts no longer applied, but they kept the sunrise ahead of them and trusted that eventually they would reach land. Supplies ran low despite careful rationing, and they caught fish when they could and collected rainwater in any container that would hold it. Land appeared on the horizon after 6 weeks at sea. The coast of Middle-earth rose before them, showing cliffs and beaches and the green of forests inland, and the sight brought tears to eyes that had seen too much loss. They had survived. Not all of them, and not without cost, but they had crossed the ocean and reached safety. They landed at the mouth of a great river that Elendil recognized from old charts. This was the Anduin, mightiest of the rivers of Middle-earth, and its valley would provide good land for settlement. The ships came ashore, and people disembarked on legs unsteady from weeks at sea, and they knelt on solid ground and gave thanks to whatever powers had preserved them. The accounting was done over the following days. 7 ships had survived out of the 9 that departed, carrying just over 2,000 souls. They had preserved some books and tools and weapons, had brought livestock and seeds and precious items that would help them build new lives. But they had lost so much more, left behind in Numenor, or drowned with the 2 missing ships. Elendil stood on the shore and looked at his people. They were exhausted and grieving, homeless and diminished, the remnant of a great kingdom reduced to refugees on a foreign shore. But they were alive and they were free, and they possessed something the king's men had lost entirely. They still held faith that there was meaning beyond power and purpose beyond dominion. He called them together and spoke of what must come next. They would divide the company and establish 2 kingdoms, one in the north where he would rule, and one in the south where his sons would reign. They would build new cities and raise their children to remember what Numenor had been before corruption consumed it. They would maintain the old ways and keep the old friendships, and they would become in Middle-earth what their ancestors should have remained in the Blessed Isle. The people accepted his words and began making preparations. Some would go north with Elendil to found Arna in lands the elves still controlled, while others would travel south with Isildur and Anarion to establish Gondor, where the climate was warmer and the soil was rich. The division was not easy, for families had to choose which kingdom they would join, but it was necessary for survival and for the rebuilding that must follow. The Palantiri were distributed among the new kingdoms. These were the seeing stones that had been brought from Numenor, 7 in total, and they were placed in towers where they could be used to maintain contact between the scattered settlements. Through them, the divided people would remain connected despite the distances that would separate them. The white tree's fruit was planted in Minas Ithil, where Isildur would make his home. It sprouted within the year and grew with unnatural speed, as if it understood that it must survive to preserve the line. The tree that stood in Gondor's courts in ages to come would descend from that sapling. and through it the memory of Numenor and the covenant with the Valar would endure. Sauron's spirit reached Mordor in those months while the survivors were establishing their settlements. The Dark Lord had lost his body in the downfall, and with it his ability to take fair form, but he retained power enough to rebuild. He gathered his scattered servants and began the work of restoration, and within a few years Barad-dûr stood again, and the forges burned, and the armies assembled once more. The survivors heard reports of this activity and understood that the respite would be brief. They had escaped one catastrophe only to face another that had been building in the east for centuries. But they were not the same people who had fled Numenor. They had been tempered by loss and hardened by survival, and they would not make their ancestors' mistakes. They would build well and fight bravely and maintain the faith that had preserved them through the darkness. The division of the survivors occurred in the autumn of 3320. Elendil would take the larger portion north to lands still held by elves, where Gil-galad's friendship might shelter them while they established their foothold. His sons Isildur and Anarion would lead the rest south to the regions around the Great Bay, where the climate was gentler and the land more suited to growing the crops they knew. The parting was difficult. Families that had survived together through the downfall now separated, choosing between north and south based on considerations of climate and opportunity and personal preference. Parents embraced children they might not see again for years, and friends made promises to maintain contact through the Palanteri. But the division was necessary, for both kingdoms needed sufficient population to be viable. Elendil's company numbered perhaps 1,200 souls. They travelled north along the western shores, guided by scouts who had been to these regions before, and they came at last to the lands where the Gwathlo River met the sea. Here they would build their chief city, and they named it Anúminas, which meant Tower of the West. The location was chosen for its defensibility and its access to water routes that would allow trade with the elves in Lindon. The work of building began immediately. They had brought tools and some materials, but most of what they needed must be gathered from the surrounding lands. Trees were felled for timber and stones were quarried for foundations, and the settlement that began as tents and rough shelters gradually transformed into something more permanent. Gil-galad came to meet them within the year. The High King had heard of Númenor's destruction through his own sources, and he mourned the loss of so many lives. But he welcomed the survivors who had maintained the old friendship. He offered alliance and aid, promising that Lindon would support the new kingdom and help it establish itself against whatever threats might emerge. The alliance was formalized with oaths that bound the two peoples together. Elendil swore fealty to Gil-galad as High King of all the free peoples, acknowledging that the elves were elder and wiser, and that their counsel should be heeded. In return, Gil-galad recognized Arna as an independent kingdom under Elendil's rule, and he promised military support if Sauron should move against the north. Meanwhile, in the south, Isildur and Anarion were building their own kingdom. They had settled in the regions east of the Great Bay, where 2 rivers provided water and the land was fertile. The cities they founded were Minas Ithil near the mountains and Minas Anar further west in the plains, and between them they built Osgiliath, which would be their capital and the seat of their joint rule. Gondor grew more quickly than Arna. The southern lands were richer and the population was sufficient to undertake large projects, and within a decade the settlements had become proper cities with walls and towers. The brothers ruled jointly with Isildur, taking authority over military matters, while Anarion managed civil administration. And together they built something that would endure. The Palanteri were placed in towers across both kingdoms. Elendil kept one in Numinos, and placed another in the Tower of Amon-Sul, which commanded the great road south. Isildur and Anarion placed stones in each of their cities and in Osgiliath, and the remaining stones were held in reserve for future need. Through these seeing stones, the kingdoms could communicate across great distances, maintaining unity despite physical separation. Contact with the native populations of Middle-earth was inevitable. The lands where the exiles settled had been inhabited before they came, and the peoples who dwelt there viewed the newcomers with varying degrees of welcome and suspicion. Some remembered Numenor's empire and feared that the exiles meant to rebuild it, while others had never heard of the Blessed Isle and simply wondered what these tall strangers wanted. Elendil and his sons worked to establish peaceful relations. They offered trade rather than demanding tribute, and they treated the local lords with respect rather than contempt. The approach was deliberate and conscious, a rejection of how the king's men had conducted themselves, and it bore fruit in alliances that proved valuable in the years ahead. The fortification of the kingdoms proceeded through the 20s and 30s. Arna built watchtowers along its borders and established garrison posts at strategic locations. Gondor constructed fortresses in the mountains that guarded the passes into Mordor. For Isildur and Anarion understood that Sauron would eventually move against them, and they must be ready. The white tree grew in Minas Ithil's courts and became the symbol of Gondor's legitimacy. People came from across the southern kingdom to see it and to remember that they were descended from those who had remained faithful. The tree flowered each spring, and its blossoms glowed with a gentle light that reminded all who saw it of the covenant that still bound them to higher purposes. By 3340, both kingdoms were firmly established. Arna controlled the northern lands from the Gulf of Lune to the Weather Hills, while Gondor stretched from the Bay of Belfalis to the borders of Mordor. The population of both kingdoms together numbered perhaps 3,000 now. 4 children had been born, and some few from other peoples had joined them. But the peace would not last. Sauron was rebuilding his strength in Mordor, and his hatred for the Númenórean exiles was absolute. They had escaped the downfall that he had engineered, had established new kingdoms in lands he meant to control, and had allied with the elves he despised. Eventually he would move against them, and when he did, the kingdoms in exile would face their greatest test. Sauron's spirit fled east across the broken world while Númenor drowned. He had no body anymore, just naked will moving through air and darkness, and the journey was agony beyond anything he had endured since the First Age. The cataclysm had wounded him in ways that would never fully heal, stripping away his ability to take pleasing form and diminishing the power he could wield. But he endured because endurance was the one quality he possessed in abundance. He reached Mordor after weeks of incorporeal wandering. The Black Land had survived the world's remaking largely intact, protected by its mountains and isolated from the worst effects of the downfall. His servants were there still, the remnants of the armies he had commanded before sailing west with Ar-Pharazôn, and they felt his return like a cold wind blowing through their strongholds. The work of taking form again was slow and painful. Where once he could shape himself into any appearance he desired, Now he struggled to maintain any physical presence at all. The first attempts produced nothing but shadow and malice without substance, and he had to learn anew how to bind his will into matter that could act upon the world. The form he eventually achieved was terrible to behold. He could no longer appear as the fair counselor who had corrupted Numenor, or even as the Dark Lord who had besieged Eregion. Now he was a presence of shadow and flame, something that hurt to look at directly, and those who saw him felt their courage fail and their hearts grow cold. He had lost the ability to deceive through beauty, but he retained power enough to command through fear. Barad-dûr still stood, though it had been damaged by earthquakes during the cataclysm. Sauron commanded repairs, and the tower was restored to its former height, rising black and terrible above the plains of Mordor. From its highest chamber he could survey all his realm and beyond it to the lands where his enemies dwelt, and he began planning how he would destroy them. The ring remained on his finger. He had worn it through the downfall, and it had not been lost in the destruction of his body, for it was bound to him in ways that transcended mere physical possession. Through the one he could still perceive the other rings of power and exert influence over their bearers, and this gave him leverage he would use in the wars to come. The orcs multiplied in the caverns beneath the mountains. They had scattered during Sauron's absence, but they returned when they felt his power reforming. Drawn by compulsion and by the knowledge that service to the Dark Lord was their only purpose, within a decade his armies numbered in the tens of thousands again, and the breeding pits produced more warriors with each passing year. The Nazgûl answered his summons. The Nine had remained in Middle-earth when Sauron sailed west with Ar-Pharazôn, and they had wandered lost and directionless during his absence. Now they came to Mordor and prostrated themselves before their master, and he gave them new purposes and sent them out to begin the work of rebuilding his influence beyond the Black Land. Men came to serve him. Some were from tribes that had followed him before the downfall, while others were new converts drawn by promises of power, or simply by fear of what would happen if they refused. The eastern and southern peoples, who had known only Sauron's rule for generations, continued under that rule, and they provided warriors and laborers for his growing empire. The rebuilding took decades. Sauron worked patiently because patience was another quality he possessed in measure beyond most beings. He had been overthrown twice before, once by the Valar at the end of the First Age, and again by Numenor's intervention in the war of the Elves and Sauron, and both times he had recovered. This third restoration would be no different except in taking longer. By 3360 his strength was considerable, though not yet what it had been. The forges burned day and night, producing weapons and armor. The armies drilled on the plains under the command of the Nazgûl. Mordor's defenses were strengthened until the Black Land was once again virtually impregnable to assault. The exiles in their new kingdoms heard reports of what was happening. Rangers sent by Gondor to watch the passers returned with tales of growing armies and strengthening fortifications. Elendil received word from Gil-galad that Sauron had taken form again and was rebuilding his power. The respite had been brief and the threat was returning, but Sauron was not yet ready to move openly against the free peoples. His armies were large but not overwhelming, and he remembered what had happened when he challenged Numenor's might. The exiles might be few in number, but they were formidable warriors descended from the greatest kingdom of men, and they had the support of the elves, who remained powerful despite their diminishment. The Dark Lord worked instead to extend his influence through other means. The Nazgul went forth into Middle-earth to corrupt and subvert, to spread fear and despair, to turn peoples against one another and weaken the alliances that might oppose him. Some of the dwarf kingdoms fell under his shadow, not through conquest, but through the corruption of their lords who bore the 7 rings. The years between 3360 and 3400 passed in this slow building of strength. Sauron grew more powerful with each season, and his armies increased until they numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The fortifications of Mordor were completed and improved beyond anything that had existed before. The industries of war consumed the Black Land entirely. Every forge and every workshop dedicated to producing the tools of conquest. By the final years of the century, Sauron was nearly ready. His power was still less than it had been before the downfall, for the loss of his fair form had cost him more than mere appearance. But he was strong enough to challenge the free peoples, and he believed he could defeat them if he struck before they grew stronger. The question was when and how to begin the war that would determine the fate of Middle-earth. Barad-dûr stood complete again in the year 3400, taller and darker than it had been before the downfall. The tower dominated the horizon for leagues in every direction, visible even from the passes of the Ephel Dwath, where Gondor's watchers kept their vigil. At night it glowed with a faint red light that came from the forges burning in its depths, and by day it cast a shadow that stretched across the plains like a blade. Sauron looked out from his tower and saw that his strength was sufficient, not what it had been in the Second Age's earlier centuries when he had commanded half the world, but enough to challenge those who opposed him. The time had come to move beyond preparation and take action, to assert his claim over Middle-earth and crush any who denied it. He issued a challenge to the west. Messengers were sent to Gil-galad and Elendil, declaring that Sauron was the rightful lord of all lands where men dwelt, and that the kingdoms in exile existed only by his sufferance. They must acknowledge his sovereignty and pay tribute, or they must face the consequences of their defiance. The message was delivered with all the arrogance of one who believed victory was inevitable. Gil-galad received the challenge in Lindon and understood that war was upon them. The respite that had lasted nearly a century was ending, and the free peoples must prepare for a conflict that would determine whether they survived as free kingdoms or were enslaved under darkness. He sent word immediately to Elendil and to all the elven realms that remained, calling them to readiness. Elendil's response to Sauron's demand was brief and absolute. Arna would not submit, would not acknowledge any authority save what it chose freely, would not pay tribute to one who served evil. The kingdoms in exile had been founded by those who rejected tyranny even when it wore fair form, and they would not bow to it now that it appeared in its true shape. If war came, then war would be met. Isildur and Anarion sent similar replies from Gondor. The southern kingdom had been built specifically to stand against Mordor, its fortresses positioned to block the passes and its armies trained to fight the darkness. They had known from the beginning that conflict was inevitable, and they were ready for it. Sauron's challenge changed nothing except perhaps the timing. The Dark Lord was pleased by these refusals. He had expected nothing else, and had indeed hoped for defiance, for submission would have been less satisfying than conquest. He commanded his armies to prepare for march, and his captains to plan the campaigns that would bring the West under his dominion. The war would begin in the spring of 3430, when the weather favored movement of large forces. The Free Peoples used those final years to strengthen their positions. Arna fortified the weather hills and garrisoned the tower of Amonsol more heavily. Gondor reinforced the passes into Mordor and built new fortresses at vulnerable points along the borders. Supplies were stockpiled and warriors were trained. For everyone understood that when the war came, it would be total and without mercy. Gil-galad called council with all the lords who would answer. They gathered in Lindon in the autumn of 3428, elven lords from every remaining realm and the leaders of the kingdoms in exile. The council debated strategy and resources, assessed strengths and weaknesses, tried to determine how they might prevail against an enemy who commanded forces far larger than their own. The conclusion was sobering. Sauron possessed overwhelming numerical advantage, and his position in Mordor was nearly impregnable. Any attempt to assault the Black Land directly would fail at terrible cost. But if they remained defensive and waited for him to attack, he could strike where and when he chose and overwhelm them through sheer weight of numbers. The only hope lay in alliance. If all the Free Peoples stood together, if elves and men combined their strength and fought as one, they might have sufficient force to meet Sauron in the field and defeat him. It would require coordination beyond anything they had attempted before, and losses would be catastrophic regardless of outcome. But it was the only strategy that offered any chance of victory. The alliance was formalized in the final days of that year. Gil-galad and Elendil swore oaths to stand together against the darkness, to commit all their strength to the common cause, to fight until victory was achieved or until they fell. The other lords present added their oaths to those of the leaders, and the last alliance of elves and men was born. Word of the alliance reached Mordor through spies and informants. Sauron learned that his enemies had united and that they planned to meet him with combined forces rather than allowing themselves to be defeated separately. This complicated his plans, but did not fundamentally alter them, for he believed his strength was sufficient to overcome any coalition they might form. The winter of 3429 was spent in final preparations. Weapons were sharpened and armor was repaired. Warriors said farewell to families they might not see again. Messages flew between the kingdoms, coordinating movements and establishing meeting points. Everyone understood that the spring would bring war, and that nothing would be the same afterward. Sauron stood in Barad-dûr and looked westward where his enemies gathered. He had issued his challenge, and they had answered with defiance. Now the matter would be settled through battle, and he would demonstrate once and for all that resistance to his will was futile. The age of freedom was ending, and the age of dominion was beginning, and nothing the Free Peoples could do would prevent what was coming. The summons went out in the spring of 3430. Gil-galad called every elf who could bear arms to gather in Lindon, and Elendil commanded the same of his people in Arnor, and sent word south to his sons in Gondor. The response was overwhelming, for all understood that this war would determine whether the Free Peoples endured or fell into darkness, from which there would be no recovery. They came from every corner of the northwest. Elven warriors travelled from Rivendell and from Lothlorien, where Galadriel had finally established her realm, from the Greenwood, where Thranduil ruled, from small settlements scattered across Eriador. Men came from Arna's towns and villages, from Gondor's cities, from tribes that had allied with the kingdoms in exile. The gathering took months as forces converged on the meeting points that had been designated. The army that assembled in Linden that summer was the greatest host of the free peoples since the War of Wrath at the end of the First Age. Tens of thousands of elven warriors stood in ranks that stretched for miles, their armor gleaming and their banners bright with the symbols of realms both fallen and enduring. Beside them stood the men of Arnor and Gondor in lesser numbers but no less determined, descendants of Namanor who had inherited their ancestors' skill at arms. Gil-galad took command as High King. He was ancient now, even by elven reckoning, having ruled through all the Second Age and borne the weight of leadership through wars and disasters that would have broken lesser spirits. But he stood straight and strong, and when he spoke, his voice carried across the assembled host with authority that none questioned. Elendil stood beside him as the leader of men. The Lord of Anduin had become king of two realms and father to peoples who looked to him for guidance and strength. He was tall, even among the Númenóreans who were themselves taller than other men, and he bore weapons that had been brought from the Blessed Isle before its drowning. When he and Gil-galad stood together, they seemed more like brothers than members of different kindreds. The Council of War included lords from every realm represented in the host. Círdan was there with warriors from the Grey Havens, and Elrond came from Rivendell with all the strength he could muster. Galadriel sent forces, though she herself remained in Lothlórien to guard those lands. Isildur and Anarion came north from Gondor, bringing the southern army to join with the northern forces. The strategy was debated through long nights of council. Some argued for a defensive campaign, meeting Sauron's armies in the west and bleeding them through a war of attrition. Others proposed a direct march to Mordor, bringing the fight to the enemy's stronghold and forcing him to commit his forces to its defense. The debate was heated but respectful, for all understood that the decision would shape everything that followed. Gil-galad sided with those who favored the offensive. Waiting for Sauron to attack meant fighting on multiple fronts as he chose where to strike. Meant giving him time to grow stronger while the alliance remained static. Better to take the war to him, to march on Mordor and force a decisive battle where the outcome would be determined once and for all. The risks were enormous, but so were the potential rewards. The host marched east in the autumn of 3430. They moved in organized columns with scouts ranging ahead and supply trains following behind. The discipline that came from combining elven precision with Númenórean military tradition. The march took them through lands that had been peaceful but now must become the road to war. People came to watch them pass. Men who dwelt in the regions between Linden and Mordor stood by the roadside and stared at the vast army moving through their lands, and they wondered what it meant. Some joined the march, adding their strength to the host, while others fled to safer regions, fearing the war that was coming. The army crossed the misty mountains through passes that had been secured in advance. This was dangerous country where orcs dwelt in great numbers, but the host was too large to be seriously threatened by raids. They emerged on the eastern side after weeks of mountain travel and continued their march toward the brown lands that bordered Mordor. By winter they had reached the approaches to the Black Land. The Dai-galad stretched before them, the great plain between the dead marshes and the mountains, and here they would make camp and wait for spring before beginning the assault. The position was chosen carefully, close enough to threaten Mordor, but far enough back that Sauron could not easily strike at them. The encampment was vast. Tens of thousands of warriors required enormous infrastructure to maintain, and the army spent the winter building that infrastructure while remaining ready for battle. Forges were set up to repair equipment, and smiths worked constantly keeping weapons and armor in good condition. Healers prepared for the casualties that would come, and quartermasters managed the supply chains that kept everyone fed. Sauron watched from Barad-dûr. He had expected his enemies to unite, but the size of the host surprised him, and he understood that the coming battle would be more difficult than he had anticipated. But he did not waver in his confidence, for his own armies were even larger and his position was strong. Let them come to Mordor. He would crush them on the plains before his gate. The winter passed in preparation and waiting. Warriors drilled and trained, maintaining their readiness through months of inactivity. Officers planned and refined their strategies, accounting for every contingency they could imagine. And everyone looked east toward the dark tower that dominated the horizon and wondered if they would survive what was coming. Spring arrived, and with it came the final preparations. Gil-galad and Elendil reviewed the host one last time, riding along the ranks and speaking words of encouragement. The warriors cheered as they passed, and the sound was like thunder rolling across the plain. The last alliance was ready. The war would begin. The host broke camp when the first flowers appeared on the plain. They had spent the winter in preparation, and now the time for action had come. The banners were raised and the companies formed their columns, and the march toward Mordor began with drums beating a cadence that could be heard for miles. The army moved slowly despite its discipline. Tens of thousands of warriors could not move quickly even under the best conditions, and the supply trains that followed them were even slower. They advanced perhaps 10 miles each day, making camp each evening in formations that could defend against sudden attack. The land around them grew darker as they approached the Black Land. The grass thinned and the soil turned grey, and the air carried a taste of ash that made breathing unpleasant. This was the region Sauron had poisoned through centuries of industry, where nothing wholesome could grow and the earth itself seemed sick. Scouts ranged ahead of the main host. They reported that Sauron's armies were gathering in Mordor, but had not yet moved to meet them on the plain. The Black Gate remained closed, and the walls above it showed defenders watching but not acting. The Dark Lord was waiting to see what the Alliance would do before committing his forces. They passed the dead marshes on their left. This was where the dead from ancient battles lay beneath dark water, their faces visible through the murk. The warriors who marched past that grim place felt unease settle on them, and some spoke quietly of evil that lingered in regions where blood had been spilled so freely. Other peoples joined the march as it advanced. Tribes of men who dwelt in the Brownlands came with their warriors, adding their strength to the host. They were not Númenórean and not Elven, but they hated Sauron as fiercely as anyone, for they had suffered under his dominion and wanted freedom from his shadow. By midsummer, the host had reached the approaches to the Dagorlad proper. This was the great plain before Mordor's gate, where armies had clashed since the First Age, and the ground was littered with the debris of old wars. Broken weapons rusted in the dirt and bones poked through the soil, and the warriors understood they were coming to a place of death. Gil-galad called a halt. They would not advance further until the full strength of the alliance was assembled, and there were still companies coming from the south and east. The host made camp on the edge of the plain and waited for the final elements to arrive. Isildur and Anarion came with the southern army. They had marched north from Gondor with every warrior they could spare, leaving only garrison forces to hold the fortresses that guarded the passes. The brothers brought 5,000 men to add to the host, and their arrival was celebrated because it meant the alliance was now complete. Elves formed the majority, but men were present in significant strength, and all were equipped and trained to the highest standards their peoples could achieve. It was the largest army the Free Peoples had fielded since the War of Wrath. Sauron's armies were larger. Scouts reported forces inside Mordor that numbered perhaps twice what the Alliance commanded, and more were arriving daily from the eastern lands. The Dark Lord had spent decades building toward this confrontation, and he had prepared well. The coming battle would test whether quality could overcome quantity. The commanders held final councils. Gil-galad outlined the battle plan and assigned roles to each contingent. The elves would hold the center where their discipline was strongest. Men would anchor the flanks where their aggression could be used to greatest effect. Cavalry would be held in reserve to exploit any breakthrough or to shore up weaknesses that developed. The plan was simple because complex plans rarely survived contact with the enemy. They would advance onto the plain in formation and offer battle. Sauron would have to come out to meet them or allow them to besiege the Black Gate, and either option suited the Alliance's purposes. The goal was to bring the Dark Lord's forces to decisive battle where they could be destroyed. The night before the advance was spent in final preparations. Weapons were sharpened one last time and armor was checked for weaknesses. Warriors wrote letters to families they might never see again, and officers reviewed their orders until they knew them perfectly. The camp was quiet despite the number of people in it. Everyone lost in private thoughts about what tomorrow would bring. Gil-galad and Elendil walked together through the camp that night. They spoke of what they hoped to achieve and what price they were willing to pay. Both understood that victory would be costly even if they won, and that defeat would mean the end of everything they had built. But they did not speak of failure. They spoke only of duty and necessity. Dawn came cold and grey. The host stirred and broke camp, forming into the battle columns that would carry them onto the Dagorlad. The banners were raised and caught what little wind there was. The drums began their beat, and the last alliance advanced toward the place where the fate of the age would be decided. The Black Gate opened at midday. The forces of Mordor poured out onto the plain in numbers that seemed endless. Rank after rank of orcs and corrupted men flowing from the darkness into the grey light. They came with drums beating and horns blaring, making noise meant to terrify their enemies and bolster their own courage. The sound rolled across the Dagorlad like thunder. The Alliance stood in formation and watched them come. Gil-galad had positioned his forces with the elves holding the center in 3 deep lines, their discipline unmatched by any other warriors in Middle-earth. Men held the flanks where their ferocity could be used to best effect, and cavalry waited behind the lines ready to exploit any opportunity or shore up any weakness. Sauron himself did not come forth. The Dark Lord watched from Barad-dûr, while his servants commanded the army he had built. The Nazgûl were there on great beasts that flew above the battlefield, spreading terror. and captains chosen for their cruelty led divisions that numbered in the thousands. The army that advanced across the plain was meant to overwhelm through sheer weight of numbers. The two hosts met in the center of the Daggerlad with a crash that could be heard for leagues. Elven swords cut through orc flesh with precision born of millennia of training, and Númenórean warriors wielded their weapons with strength that no other men possessed. But the enemy was numerous beyond counting, and they pressed forward through losses that would have broken lesser armies. The battle raged through the afternoon without either side gaining clear advantage. The alliance held its ground through discipline and skill, killing enemies by the hundreds but taking casualties of its own. The orcs and corrupted men came in waves that broke against the elven center like water against stone. Yet each wave weakened the defenders a little more. Gil-galad fought in the center of the line where the pressure was greatest. The High King wielded Iglos's spear with skill that made him seem like a dancer moving through forms, and every thrust found its mark. Around him, his warriors took courage from his presence and held firm despite exhaustion and mounting losses. Elendil commanded the right flank, where men bore the brunt of the enemy assault. He wielded Narsil, the sword that had been forged in the First Age, and its blade shone with light that orcs feared. His sons fought nearby. Isildur with fury that came from remembering Númenor's fall, and Anarion with cold determination that never wavered. The Nazgûl descended on the Alliance lines, trying to break them through terror. Their fell beasts swept low over the ranks, and warriors fell into despair at their approach, weapons dropping from nerveless hands. But Gil-galad and Elendil stood against them, their presence driving back the supernatural dread, and eventually the Nazgûl withdrew to seek easier targets. By evening, the battle had reached a crisis point. Both sides were exhausted, and losses had been terrible, but neither had broken. The enemy still held numerical advantage, but their momentum was spent, while the Alliance stood bloodied but undefeated on ground they had held all day. The final assault came as darkness fell. Sauron committed his reserves in one last effort to shatter the Alliance before night made further fighting impossible. Fresh divisions of orcs charged into the exhausted defenders, and for a moment it seemed they would break through where the line was thinnest. But the Alliance held. Warriors who could barely stand lifted their weapons one more time and met the assault with desperation born of knowing that retreat meant death. The reserves were thrown in to shore up weak points, and cavalry charged into the enemy flanks at precisely the moment when their formation was most vulnerable. The enemy broke. Not all at once, but gradually, as units that had been fighting all day simply could not continue. They fell back toward the Black Gate in disorder, and the Alliance pursued them, cutting down stragglers. The retreat became a rout as panic spread through the enemy ranks. The Alliance stopped at the approaches to the gate. They had won the field and driven Sauron's army back into Mordor with terrible losses, but they lacked the strength to assault the gate itself. Gil-galad called a halt, and the host withdrew to make camp on the plain they had defended. The accounting that night was grim. Thousands of the Alliance lay dead on the Daggerlad elves, and men mixed together in the universal stillness of death. The wounded numbered in the thousands more, and healers worked through the night trying to save those who could be saved. The victory had been purchased at a price that made celebration impossible, but they had won. Sauron's attempt to destroy them in open battle had failed, and his army had been driven back behind its walls. The momentum had shifted, and now the Dark Lord would be forced to defend rather than attack. The alliance had proven it could stand against Mordor's might. Gil-galad and Elendil walked the battlefield that night among the dead and dying. They saw the cost of victory in faces that would never see another sunrise, and they understood that this was only the beginning. The battle was won, but the war would continue, and the final outcome remained uncertain. The dead were buried the next day in great mounds raised on the plain. Elf and man were laid to rest together without distinction of kindred, united in death as they had been united in battle. The mounds would endure for ages, monuments to those who had given everything in the fight against darkness. The alliance made camp before the Black Gate. They would not withdraw now that they had won the field. Instead, they would remain and begin the siege that everyone had known would be necessary. Sauron was trapped in Mordor with his army shattered, and now time was the weapon that would be used against him. The siege settled into grim routine after the dead were buried. The alliance established fortified camps at distances sufficient to watch the Black Gate, but far enough back that Sauron could not easily sally against them. Supply lines were organized, stretching back to Gondor and Arna, for the host would need constant provisioning if it meant to remain here for months or years. Mordor was surrounded. Forces were positioned at every pass and approach, preventing Sauron from receiving reinforcements from the east or south. The encirclement was not complete, for Mordor was too large to seal entirely, but it was sufficient to isolate the Black Land from most outside contact. The first year passed in occasional skirmishes, but no major battles. Sauron tested the alliance lines with probing attacks, seeking weaknesses that might be exploited. Each time, his forces were driven back with losses, and he learned that the defenders were too strong to be broken by anything less than a full assault. But he did not commit to such an assault, choosing instead to conserve his strength and weight. The waiting was harder than battle. Warriors who had fought with courage on the Dagorlad found the endless monotony of siege duty more difficult to endure than combat. Days stretched into weeks and weeks into months, with little happening beyond the routine of watch and drill. Boredom became as much an enemy as the orcs behind Mordor's walls. Disease came in the second year. Camps that held tens of thousands in close quarters were breeding grounds for sickness, and infection spread quickly despite the healers' best efforts. Men proved more vulnerable than elves to the various plagues that swept through the host, and hundreds died not from enemy action but from invisible killers that no weapon could fight. The supply situation worsened as time passed. Feeding an army of this size required constant streams of provisions from the kingdoms in the west, and those streams were long and vulnerable to disruption. Raiding parties from Mordor or from tribes allied with Sauron attacked the supply trains when they could, forcing the alliance to dedicate significant forces to protecting the routes. Aryan commanded the southern forces that watched the approaches from that direction. He had proven himself a capable leader during the march and the battle, combining his father's wisdom with his brother's intensity. The warriors under his command respected him and followed his orders without question. In the third year, Sauron made a determined effort to break the siege. A large force emerged from a lesser gate in the southern mountains and struck at the alliance positions there, hoping to punch through and open a corridor for reinforcements. The assault was sudden and savage, catching the defenders partially unprepared. Anarion rallied his forces and led the counterattack personally. He drove the enemy back through fighting that lasted all day and into the night, and he was at the forefront of the final push that sent them retreating into the mountains. But a poisoned arrow found him as the battle ended, striking him in the neck where his armor did not protect. The poison was of Mordor's making, and no antidote existed that could counter it. Isildur held his brother as he died and wept for the first time since Númenor fell, and the southern army mourned a commander who had led them well. The loss hit morale hard across the entire host. Anarion's death proved that even the greatest among them were vulnerable, that this war would continue claiming lives until either Sauron was defeated or the alliance broke. Some began to question whether the siege could succeed or whether they were simply waiting to die far from their homes. Gil-galad and Elendil worked to restore confidence. They visited the camps regularly and spoke with warriors from every company, reminding them why they fought and what would happen if they abandoned the siege. Slowly, the despair lifted, replaced by grim determination to see the matter through regardless of cost. Some began to question whether the siege could succeed or whether they were simply waiting to die far from their homes. Gil-galad and Elendil worked to restore confidence. They visited the camps regularly and spoke with warriors from every company, reminding them why they fought and what would happen if they abandoned the siege. Slowly, the despair lifted, replaced by grim determination to see the matter through regardless of cost. The 4th and 5th years brought more of the same grinding attrition. Skirmishes occurred regularly and casualties mounted steadily, never enough to break the alliance, but sufficient to weaken it continuously. The host that had numbered 100,000 after Dai-galad had shrunk to perhaps 70,000 by the siege's 5th year. Replacements came from the west, but not in sufficient numbers to offset the losses. The kingdoms could not maintain this level of commitment indefinitely, for they needed warriors at home to defend against other threats. The siege was bleeding the free peoples dry, even as it contained Sauron in Mordor. Inside the Black Land conditions were worse. Sauron's forces were trapped and could not resupply, and their numbers dwindled faster than the alliance's. But the Dark Lord had prepared for siege, and his stores were deep, and he could endure years more if necessary. The question was whether the alliance would break first. By the 6th year of siege, even the most optimistic understood that this could not continue much longer. The host was worn down by years of hardship and loss, and the kingdoms in the west were stretched to their limits, maintaining the supply lines. Something had to change, or the alliance would collapse, not through defeat but through simple exhaustion. Gil-galad called council with his captains to discuss options. They could maintain the siege and hope Sauron ran out of supplies first, but that seemed increasingly unlikely. They could assault the Black Gate directly, but losses would be catastrophic and success uncertain. Or they could withdraw and adopt a different strategy, though abandoning 6 years of effort was almost unthinkable. The debate was interrupted by reports that activity inside Mordor had increased. Scouts observed movement on the walls and heard sounds of preparation. Sauron was planning something, and whatever it was would come soon. The alliance prepared for another assault, knowing that the next battle might be the one that decided everything. The 7th year of siege was beginning. The host was tired and diminished, but it held its ground. Barad-dûr still stood dark against the sky. And somewhere behind those walls, Sauron was making his final preparations for the confrontation that would end this stalemate one way or another. The 7th year began with storms. Rain fell for weeks without stopping, turning the plain into mud that sucked at boots and made movement difficult. The camps became miserable places where everything was damp and fires would barely stay lit. Warriors huddled under whatever shelter they could fashion and waited for the weather to break, knowing that when it did, Sauron would move. The Black Gate opened in early spring when the rains finally ceased. But this time, no army poured forth. Instead, a single figure emerged, riding a black horse, and the Alliance recognized him as one of the Nazgul, though none could say which. He came under flag of parley and demanded to speak with Gil-galad and Elendil. The leaders of the Alliance met him on the plain between the armies. The Nazgul spoke in a voice like wind through tombs, offering terms that were meant to sound reasonable. Sauron would permit the Alliance to withdraw with honor if they acknowledged his sovereignty over the eastern lands. All he asked was that they leave him in peace and not interfere with his domain. Gil-galad rejected the offer without hesitation. The Alliance had not besieged Mordor for 6 years, only to abandon the effort when victory might be near. Sauron's terms were meaningless, for the Dark Lord would not keep any agreement that did not serve his purposes. The parley ended, and the Nazgul rode back to the gate, and both sides understood that the final confrontation was approaching. Provisions were running desperately low. The supply trains from the west were months behind schedule, disrupted by winter storms and by raiding parties that had grown bolder. The host was on half rations and then quarter rations, and warriors grew lean and hollow-eyed from hunger. Some spoke quietly of abandoning the siege before starvation did what Sauron could not. Elendil addressed the host one evening when morale was at its lowest. He spoke of why they had come and what failure would mean. He reminded them that their homes would not be safe if Sauron remained in power, that their children would grow up in darkness if they abandoned the fight now. His words were simple and direct, and they resonated because everyone knew they were true. Doubts remained, but discipline held. The host endured through the worst months of the 7th year, surviving on hope as much as on the meager rations they still received. Replacements arrived from the west. Young warriors who had not fought at Dai-galad, but who were willing to take their place in the siege lines. Their numbers were small, but their presence mattered. Inside Mordor, the situation was worse. Sauron's forces were starving now, their stores finally exhausted after 7 years of isolation. Reports from scouts who penetrated the outer defenses spoke of orcs fighting among themselves over scraps, of dead left unburied because no one had strength to move them. The Dark Lord's army was crumbling from within, but Sauron himself remained strong. The ring sustained him in ways that food could not sustain his servants, and his will kept the defenses organized despite the chaos spreading through his forces. He understood that time was no longer his ally, and that he must act soon or watch his army dissolve completely. The decision was made. Sauron would come forth himself and lead what remained of his forces in a final assault. If he could break the alliance through personal intervention, he might still salvage victory from the years of stalemate. If he failed, then Mordor would fall and his power would be broken, but inaction guaranteed the same outcome. Better to risk everything on one throw than to wait for inevitable defeat. Word reached the alliance that something was changing. Scouts reported unusual activity around Barad and movement of forces toward the Black Gate. Gil-galad called his captains together, and they prepared for what everyone believed would be the final battle. 7 years had led to this moment. The host formed up in their battle lines. They were fewer than they had been at Deggalad, reduced by years of attrition to perhaps 50,000 warriors who could still fight. But they were veterans now, hardened by the siege and grimly determined. They had endured too much to fail when the end was finally in sight. Elendil stood with his sons, for Isildur had remained with the army through all the years, despite his grief. Father and son would fight together in what might be their last battle, and both accepted that possibility with the calm that comes from having already lost so much. Narsil was ready in Elendil's hand, and his armor was secured. Gil-galad prepared himself in the manner of elven kings facing their final trial. He had ruled for an entire age and led his people through catastrophes that would have destroyed lesser leaders. Now he would either lead them to victory or fall in the attempt. Iglos gleamed in his hand, the spear that had never failed him through millennia of war. The night before, the battle was quiet. Warriors wrote final letters and checked their equipment one last time. Some slept while others kept vigil, each preparing in their own way for what dawn would bring. No one spoke of defeat, because to speak of it would make it real. Dawn came cold and clear. The gate opened, and Sauron came forth at last. Sauron came forth in form terrible beyond description. He had abandoned any attempt at fair seeming and appeared now as he truly was, a being of shadow and flame that towered above mortal height. The ring blazed on his hand with light that hurt to look upon, and his presence radiated heat that made the air shimmer. Those who saw him felt their courage waver, for this was no orc, captain, or Nazgul, but the Dark Lord himself in all his power. The battle began immediately. Sauron waded into the Alliance lines, swinging his mace with strength that shattered shields and crushed armor, and warriors fell before him like grain before the scythe. The Nazgul flew above, spreading terror, while what remained of Mordor's army poured through the gate behind their master, throwing themselves at the defenders with desperate fury. Gil-galad moved to meet Sauron. The High King had stood against darkness for an entire age, and he would not falter now. He advanced through the chaos with Iglos leveled, and when he struck, the spear found its mark, piercing the Dark Lord's side and drawing forth smoke and fire rather than blood. Elendil joined him. The two lords fought together as they had planned, one from each kindred, united against the enemy of all free peoples. Narsil rang against Sauron's mace, and Iglos thrust again and again, and the Dark Lord was driven back, step by step, despite his terrible strength. But the cost was unbearable. Sauron's mace caught Gil-galad, and the blow was mortal, crushing armor and bone together. The High King fell, and the light went out of his eyes, and with his death the eldest of the Second Age's rulers passed from the world. He had endured through all the years since the drowning of Beleriand, had guided his people through catastrophe after catastrophe, and now he fell on the plain before Mordor's gate. Elendil fought on alone. He struck at Sauron with fury born of grief and desperation, and Narsil bit deep into the Dark Lord's form. But Sauron's strength was too great, and his mace came down upon Elendil's helm with force that no armor could withstand. The Lord of Andoon fell beside the High King, and the greatest of Namenor's surviving sons was gone. Isildur rushed forward as his father died. He took up Narsil where it had fallen, though the blade was broken with only the hilt and a shard remaining. Sauron stood over the bodies of those he had slain and raised his mace to crush this last challenger. But the Dark Lord was weakened by the wounds Gil-galad and Elendil had dealt him. 7 years of siege had diminished his forces, and the final battle had cost him more than he could afford. When Isildur struck, he could not defend himself quickly enough, and the broken sword cut through his hand, and the ring fell severed from the finger that had worn it. Sauron's form collapsed. Without the ring, his power could not sustain physical presence, and he dissolved into shadow that fled shrieking east toward Barad-dûr. The army of Mordor broke immediately when their master fell, orcs and corrupted men scattering in every direction. The alliance pursued them, but made no effort to press into Mordor itself, for victory was already won. The ring lay on the ground gleaming. Isildur picked it up and felt its weight, so much heavier than mere gold could account for. Elrond was there, urging him to destroy it, telling him to cast it into Orodruin's fire, where it had been forged. But Isildur would not. He claimed it as Wurgold for his father and brother, and he would not be persuaded otherwise, despite all argument. The war was over. Sauron was defeated, and his armies were scattered, and though he had escaped destruction, his power was broken beyond recovery for long ages. The Alliance had achieved what it came to do, though the price had been higher than anyone wanted to pay. The dead numbered in the tens of thousands, and the survivors were few. Gil-galad was buried on a hill overlooking the Dagor. His tomb was marked with a stone that bore his name and titles, and warriors from every realm came to pay their respects. The High King had ruled for all the Second Age, and his passing marked the end of an era more clearly than any battle could. Elendil was borne south to Gondor. He was laid to rest in the city his sons had built. And Isildur took the crown, though it sat heavy on a head still filled with grief. The kingdoms in exile would endure under his rule, diminished but surviving, carrying forward the traditions their people had preserved through all their trials. The armies disbanded and went home. Warriors who had spent 7 years besieging Mordor returned to farms and families they had not seen in what felt like lifetimes. The work of rebuilding would take decades, for the war had cost both realms dearly, but they had won, and that made the cost bearable, if not light. The Second Age ended in the year 3441. It had lasted longer than the First Age, and seen glories and catastrophes that would be remembered as long as tales were told. The age of the ring-forging and Numenor's rising and falling, of Sauron's corruption and the alliance that finally broke his power. It was done now, and a new age was beginning. So the tale ends, Wanderer. You've walked with me through the full span of the Second Age, from the ruins of Beleriand to the plains before Mordor's gate. We've seen kingdoms rise and fall, watched the blessed become cursed, and followed the long road that led to the last alliance and the war that ended an age. The fire's burning low now, and dawn isn't far off. You've earned your rest after this journey through 3,000 years. May your sleep be peaceful and your dreams kind, and may you wake to sunlight rather than shadow. Rest well.